Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president. Let's start there. Number one. Fact is that
Are you fucking kidding me? It's
is
the
that I think
first
I'm a qualified
question.
person to run for president. Vice President Trump. Fact is that Vice President Trump. And now I want to hand it over to the President of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. You can beat President Putin. President Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating Putin, we got to worry about it. Vice President Trump. Vice President Trump. Vice President Trump. I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president.
What's going on, everybody?
I think she's not qualified to be president.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic evening, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasan broadcast coming to you live from
That's a Megaphonics W right there.
sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and everybody's are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today, that was an introduction from Megaphonics. That's the intro song from our very own professional music guy. Anyway, folks, I'm live and alive. That's right. Vice President Donald Dumpf. Anyway, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And let me tell you, there's a lot that has happened. But before we get to that, this is a very special occasion. It's a very special day. Some of you already know. Maybe there's a lot of new people in here. Maybe a lot of old people in here who remember this. But it's a very special day for one particular reason, because the day of today is 7/26/2024. Now, is it a beautiful and special day because it's one day after my birthday? It's my first day into being 33? No. Is it because I had a phenomenal lift session this morning and I feel pretty good? No. It's because today is
Mufasa, you know we finally
Friday.
here, right?
Well,
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's Fuck a Fan's Mom Friday. It's Fucked Up Friday. It's the friggin' weekend. I don't know what else to explain. I don't know what else to say about it. It's the time where you get to have a little bit of autonomy, a sense of purpose in your life, a sense of dignity that you can restore without fear of your boss breathing down your goddamn neck. It's the first day of the weekend, and it's a Friday in the middle of the summer, so it's basically a Saturday. Ain't nobody working out here unless you are in the service sector, in which, you know, you are obviously working extra hard on the weekend. But this is for all the wagies out there, the wage cucks. Don't ever forget that our forefathers fought long and hard for this beautiful occasion. They fought long and hard to ensure that the children don't work, no more child labor, and they fought long and hard to ensure that you have a 5-day work week. So we celebrate that every Friday. For those of you who are new, that's what we do, baby. Fridays also, especially during the summer, the time time period where people just clock in, but they're fucking checked out, if you know what I mean. I remember what it was like when I used to work at a regular 9 to 5. It was awful. Woo! Anyway, folks, before we get to the news, and there's a lot to talk about, you know how it is. You know what it is. There's a lot going on in the world. But before we get to all of that, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. For all the parasocialists out there, the Olympic ceremony, I will not be watching because I don't want to get banned. I'm sorry. Like, I will definitely. There's probably no easier way to get banned than, like, watching the Olympics. They have sharks out there. They literally, like, I don't fuck with one group, okay? And that's the Olympics. Like, I will watch any kind of DMCA-able material. You guys know this. Like, I don't care. I will watch and cover anything. I will say anything about any powerful person. But the Olympics, I will never, like, I'll disparage them, obviously, but I will never actually, like, steal their content because they will kill me. They will send a drone strike to my house. I will, however, look at the country fits because they're phenomenal this year, except for America. But that's besides the point. Let's get to the parasocialist update for a second. Okay, let's talk about the parasocialist update. This is for everybody who's wondering, what did you do last night? It was your birthday. You turned 33. And what I did, as a matter of fact, was basically nothing. It's exactly what I've done every single day. And I had a bunch of friends hit me up and be like, oh, bro, like, let's go out to dinner. Let's do this. Let's do that. And I was like, no, dog, I can't do that at all because I am a serious person with a serious job who has a serious schedule. I'm kidding. Obviously, I'm not a serious person, but, like, it's just, I like what I like, man. I like what I like. I'm too old for the club. I'm not trying to go out. I'm not trying to go crazy. I'm not trying to go out and, like, eat delicious food at a place, specifically because I fear that I'm gonna fuck up my diet. So, like, I eat delicious food at home that the calories I control. Now, of course, the other thing is, like, I live the dream. I am living La Vida Loca. Okay, I am living La Vida Loca every day. As you guys know, I woke up early yesterday, as I do every single day. I played basketball with some friends, took Kai to the park, did some reading, did some research on the topics that I was going to cover later in the day. And then I started my stream, right? I started my stream and I ended my stream. It was a 9-hour banger sesh, you already know. And basically afterwards, I didn't do anything. I watched Kaiju number 8, which is pretty great. I had my respectable adult dinner that I always make myself, a breakfast sandwich at night, because why the fuck not? Because I can get to do that. And I had a little brekkie sando, a little tamago sando for myself. And yeah, there's no rules on that. When you're an adult, you can eat a breakfast sandwich at night and it's fine. Nobody yells at you. But ultimately, that was it. It was a very chill night. I ate 7 cookies. It was not a very chill night. I'm lying. I ate 7 cookies, 7 total cookies. Cutie Cinderella, what the hell are you doing to me? Oh my God, they were so delightful. The cookies are delectable. These are, I desire more cookie. I had so much. Like 7 cookies is crazy, bro. It's just nasty work. I'm a piece of shit. Like, there's no other way to put it. I was like, hey man, I can't go out because, like, I don't want to, I want to regulate my calories. And then I ended up eating 7 fucking cookies, And it's just, I just can't control my urges, man. I just straight up cannot control my fucking urges. I have a massive sweet tooth. So when I get, like, when that sweet tooth is kicking and there's just, like, delectable delights in front of me, like, I'm gonna fucking rip it. I'm gonna rip it all day. It's just, And I did. I ripped it. And it was awesome. But it's fine. I mean, I'm still on my weight loss journey. Don't worry. Yeah, we're still staying the course, boys. It's not all that bad. It's not all loss. It's not all loss. Ain't nobody had to worry about a thing. Okay. We're still with it. But yeah, that was one thing. I had to rip it a little bit because it's my birthday. I had to cheat a little bit. I had some extra cookies. Bro, you can't talk about 7 cookies and not say what kind of cookies. Give us the details, man. I ate it on stream yesterday. What do you mean? It's Cutie Cinderella's chocolate chip cookies. That's it. Anyway, quitting sweets is harder than quitting hard drugs. Maybe. But yeah, other than that, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, things are pretty great. I went to sleep. I woke up early. I worked out. I did a little bit of leg day, a little bit of pull day because I'm not going to be training tomorrow because I have the tournament tomorrow. And yeah, Majority Report calling you out for what? But in any case, who are the best fitness YouTubers? Jeff Nippard. That's my goat. But yeah, has the wrist fully healed? Oh, the wrist healed like the end of the week. The wrist actually healed by the end of the week. So yeah, the bigger drug lord Mayo Zambada was caught. Is this a win for the Dems? Yes, I do actually think it's a win for the Dems, and we will talk about that. But yeah, that's it. And now I'm here and I'm ready to go. I'm ready to rip one. I'm going to have a little bit of a shorter stream today, obviously, because I'm flying out to Texas later, and I will be live from Texas tomorrow. For all the parasocialists, the final aspect of the parasocialist update is that tomorrow, for all the Twitch enjoyers, you can see look at my nipples, bro. Shit's looking nasty. I am going to be doing a IRL live stream from DreamCon. For those of you who don't know, DreamCon is RDC. It's the convention that RDC has, RDC World. RDC World is a comedy trope. It's phenomenal. It's short for Real Dreamers Change the World. Real Dreams Change the World. It's these guys. I've watched a lot of their sketches. I love them. I think they're hilarious. It's, you know, you've seen them everywhere, anywhere. Anyway, they have a convention that they do every year, and it's called DreamCon. And it's great. And some people were making jokes saying like this would be the only time where Hasan doesn't get stopped nonstop. And you're probably right. Of course, this is the fan base is predominantly black. And I think that given that my fan base is predominantly white, we shall see. But I'm bringing NMP with me. Black folk don't fuck with Hasan. That's just not true. No. I don't know why people say that. There is not a single group of people that don't fuck with me, okay? Especially after hanging out with me. That's bullshit. I'm not just bringing NMP. I have another homie with me that might be showing up as well. We'll do demographics in August. And then we'll figure out how many black people are in here as opposed to the years prior. But yeah. What the fuck is this? Dude, I'm not using this as my blast off image, okay? I think that's literally Nick Merckx. You put my head on Nick Merckx. Anyway, give me a fucking good blast off image and let's go. Let's get it. Let's fire it up. Do you know what time you will be live regular? No, I'll probably be live earlier, like around 10 a.m., I think, PST. The basketball jerseys look nice. El Chapo's son is meaningless. LMAO is an even bigger drug lord. I know, man. I know. But El Chapo is the famous one that everybody knows, okay? Not everybody's as fucking tapped in as you are, potentially, to, like, the latest and greatest in drug dealing, okay? Yeah, LMAO is the guy that is, like, the OG. Like, he's the 76-year-old real drug lord. That's the real one that they caught. Okay? You're going to DreamCon? Yes. Happy birthday, Aunt. Oh, I love this one. Okay, thank you. But yeah. Speaking of survey demographics, did you see this? I did. Hold on. We'll talk about all of that. Let me just blast off real quick, okay? Did you celebrate after stream? Yeah, I celebrated by doing... I thought Dream was canceled. What? No, DreamCon has nothing to do with the Minecrafter Dream, man. Oh, no, I forgot. Like I said, my entire community is white, so the only DreamCon that they think of is like, oh, it must be like Dream the Minecrafter. Dude, I am gonna get so valid this weekend. You have no idea. Just kidding. This is all fucking anime nerds, so I'm not gonna get valid at all. But regardless, yeah, DreamCon is all just like anime, gaming, shit like that. But regardless, I will act like I'm so valid after this weekend. Okay? Yeah. I'm gonna get a low taper fade. No, fuck that. I'm gonna go with the Edgar cut, which is not even valid. I'm gonna get waves. Low taper fade meme is still massive. Oh my god. Speaking of low taper fade is still massive, bro. I'm so fucking annoyed with my TikTok. My TikTok is busted. It's broken. I don't know what to do about it. It only serves me photos now. And I don't know how to fix it. It only serves me photos, and it's like incredibly irrelevant photos. Like it's like photo sequences. And I don't know how to fix it. I keep saying, I don't want this. I don't want this. Like I keep literally either trying to scroll fast. Okay. Either I keep trying to scroll fast or dissolve the, or basically skip it. And not only that, but also I posted photos because I was like, maybe these motherfuckers are just like straight up. Maybe these guys are just straight up blasting photos on everyone's timeline. I posted a photo 3 hours ago, like a photo thing. And let me tell you, it is not being blasted on people's timeline. Okay. That's 140 likes. Like I did the slideshow meta because I thought I'd be sneaky. I was like, oh, I'll just do a slideshow meta. 140 likes, bro. 25 comments. It's crazy. 3 hours ago. Normally when I post, like, I mean, it might be because I had a community guidelines violation, because I lit myself on fire. It might be this when I lit myself on fire, or it might be because I was talking about how the Democrats assassinated Joe Biden by giving him COVID. But then like TikTok is just literally in my asshole right now. Like that's crazy. That's disrespect. No, slideshow doesn't get pushed that much. No, slideshows get pushed way more, I think. It's my entire For You page is slideshows on the phone. On the desktop, it won't be slideshows because like desktop doesn't show slideshows. But on my phone, everything is slideshows. And before you say, oh, dude, you should reset your FYP, I did that. I reset my FYP. Also, your Staviet was taken down by YouTube. Wait, what? I did reset my FYP, and then it was all slideshows and just Trump supporters talking about how Joe Biden has been cloned and Kamala Harris is stupid. It's not even a joke. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on right now. Anyway, whatever. It's Friday. Let's get to the news. Let's blast off. Let's do the dang thing. You already know what it is. Let's get started. Let's get it popping. Okay. Hogwatch time. JD Vance is insanely unpopular. But did he fuck a couch or a dolphin? We dive in. Kamala on Israel. Does she go left enough? What else? Oh, Paris Olympics drama. JD to Deep Vance. Bashir cryptically tweeting like he got that VP pick. I hope that'd be so sick. Yeah, we're gonna do the JD Vance a lot today because he's unimaginably rizless. And I fucking told you this shit, dude. I told you he was so shit. He was bad. He was so shit, but he's real. He's real fucking bad, dude. It's awesome. Anyway, do we have a blast off meme or what? Okay, that's a great blast off meme. Okay, I'm gonna use the Jesus one and be sacrilegious. Okay, she go left enough. Does she go left enough? Paris Olympics drama. Chapo son arrested. And more. DreamCon in Austin tomorrow for Creator League ball with Supreme. Praise to the Chapo Trap House family. Wait, what happened? Oh my God. Because you said the Chapo son. LMAO and Chapo son. LMAO is more dangerous and worth 10 billion, by the way. I know. Okay, you know what? I'm going to put LMAO in the fucking tweet as well. God damn you. Actually, I'm not because I don't have enough space left. All right. Boom. It's true. JD stands for Jorkin the penis. Yeah, Jorkin the penis inside of a couch. El mayonnaise. Okay, here. We're blasting off. Boys, girls, MBs. Let's go. Let's freaking go, baby. Let's freaking go, baby. All right, here it is. I bet Republicans are regretting that abortion stance, having to take JD to term and not being able to abort. Ooh, that's a funny meme. That's a good line. I like that. Yeah. I was halfway done with the Chapo app. Yeah, I mean, the Stavi app, and now it's gone. Bro, just because we fucked, like YouTube should allow us to fuck. Like, when are you gonna see a Turkish man and a Greek god have sex like that on camera? It was for educational purposes. It was for educational purposes. It was for geopolitical purposes. Like, we were uniting the two nations as we united our penis tips with one another. Docking is fairly easy. When, like, obviously Stavi baby is not circed up. And he's got that Greek Orthodox shit. You know what I mean? I'm circed up as a Muslim boy, but he's not. I wonder why. It probably got fucking mass reported. That's so lame. I'm gonna text him right now and see what's up. You know what? I'm gonna call him right now, actually. Fuck it. Let's see if he picks up. Wait, which phone number is it? I don't know which one the new one is. Wait, hold on. Freaking famous people, bro. They get new numbers every week. You know what I mean? It's crazy. I think it's this one. All right, let me call this motherfucker, see what's up. Call Eldis? I don't have Eldis's number. Eldis is a handsome lad. Hello. I'm live right now and people can hear you, just so you know. So don't say anything crazy.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, so I shouldn't say the slurs you were texting earlier?
Yeah. Like I was texting you the slurs to not say them. I was like, hey, these are your favorite slurs. Please don't say them. So
no, they were your favorites.
Are you aware that the latest video that you and I did for Stavi's World has been removed for violating YouTube's policy on nudity or sexual content?
Yes. I'm trying to figure out what happened.
Bro.
It's insane.
It's homophobic. Like the fact that like it was I think it was educational. I think it was educational when like you whipped out your cock, I whipped out mine. Obviously you're not circed up, I'm circed up, and we embraced our tips. Like that was educational.
The look in your eyes.
Yeah, but I said no homo afterwards.
The belonging you had.
I said no.
But you can't lie. Those pupils, doesn't matter what the mouth says, the eyes were telling the real truth.
Yeah, I know. I mean, dude, it's like this was. YouTube doesn't want the Greeks and the Turks to align like this. That's what it is.
They really don't, dude.
What the
fuck? They really don't.
So you have no idea what happened?
So fucked up. No idea. Sorry, I'm having a little snack.
Okay.
I have no idea what happened, and they sent us like a timestamp, and it's like such an innocuous joke about jacking off, where it's like, my theory is that a lot of people, it's that they're mad that the Turks and Greeks are coming together. And then, dude, a lot of people are just jealous of you because you're a champagne socialist, because you have a house that costs too much money.
Yeah.
And that's frankly part of the reason I even had you on. I was trying to draw negative attention towards you. I just didn't think it was going to affect my channel.
Yeah.
I was hoping it would hurt you.
That is wild. So I think you probably got mass reported, but that's crazy that like YouTube. That's crazy that YouTube fucking did that.
I really can't believe it. And who knows? We hit up a guy that we know, but YouTube these days, it's like we don't even know who the fuck to talk to.
Yeah, I mean, I'll text my.
YouTube was cool.
Yeah, I'll try to see if there's any. I'll talk to my account manager too to see if I can help out. I thought you would have, bro. You're plugged in with the fucking Baltimore Ravens. Like, what the fuck? You're on like a Netflix show. I really thought that you would have more riz with YouTube. What the fuck?
I have no pull, dude.
That's insane.
I'm not strapped on the internet.
That is
to keep me there.
That's wild.
They're like, that's what you get for trying to get on TV.
Yeah.
I'll show you, little piggy.
Yeah, you stay where you belong. Okay. You stay where you belong on the internet. Okay. Don't try to advance your stature. Anyway, all right. Well, I'll let you know if I get any feedback.
Okay.
All right.
Let's see what kind of pull the Turkish syndicate has, man.
Yeah. No, I'm getting Erdogan. I'm getting Erdogan on the line. He's gonna fix it.
Dude, every Greek is sipping coffee on a beach from like May 1st to October 15th. There's no way I can get anything done. So fucking to really pull it for us, dude.
Yeah, no, I got you. All right. Peace, brother.
All right, brother. I'll talk to you.
Bye. That's crazy. That was Stavros Halkias, for those of you who don't know. And I can't believe that YouTube did that. That's so wild. Anyway, but we'll get it back up. The YouTube rabbit hole of non-sexual content getting blasted for sexual content has been insane the last few months. Is so broken. Unlikely it was mass reported. Yeah, I don't know what it is. But it's crazy because like there's butthole. Like there's straight asshole on YouTube, man. You know what I mean? There is There is straight butthole on YouTube. Are we for real right now? Are we gonna be like, you know? This isn't actually Ben Shapiro. I don't like singling out specific individuals for mockery on Twitter as it seems mean and unnecessary, but since that's how Ben Shapiro is spending his Valentine's Day, here's Ben Shapiro in law school. The future of the Western civilization is indeed in the best hands. No, this person is not actually Ben Shapiro. Anyway, not even age restricted at least. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, we got leaked JD Vance audios that we're going to be talking about. Obviously, there's a lot to talk about with respect to our boy Jebediah John Don Vance. Okay, he is all over. He's on the map, boys. He's on the fucking map. He's all over the place. He's got hella weird shit going on with him. I don't know what the fuck to say. I mean, I'm very excited about that. What is this? Did you see that Marcus Barron Lee was visited by some FBI agents? What? That's crazy. What the fuck has he done that would like demand a visit from FBI? It was over a phone, the Escobar phone incident. What phone? It was about a Pablo Escobar phone he reviewed, nothing to do with him. Dude, the FBI needs to fucking actually do their goddamn job, okay? And I'm not sure as to what their job is, but I'm pretty sure it's not like investigating fucking YouTubers, okay? Like, what are you guys doing, man? Or if you're going to investigate YouTubers, like investigate white supremacist YouTubers. The fuck? My FBI declassified story. Okay, we'll do that. There's like hella kick streamers out there running like pedophilia, child pornography rings and shit, and the FBI's like, I'm sorry, you're a tech YouTuber? You're a tech YouTuber? It's time. Or maybe you're a political commentator, Twitch streamer, you know? They're going to do Linus next? Yeah. By the way, shouts out the Majority Report for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. A Majority Report. It was Friday casual. Hope you guys had a good one. And what else was I going to say? All right, let's get into it. Let's get into the motherfucking news. Before I do that, actually, hold on. This is pretty funny. For those of you who missed it, last night I had a sequence of friends send me videos wishing me a happy birthday, including FaZe Banks, Brother Banks, longtime friend of the show, longtime friend of mine, you know, a goated man who actually allowed me to phase the freak up harder than I ever have before. Warning R word. Yes, he's going to say the R word. Hold on. It's pretty funny, though.
I just got my wisdom teeth taken out, so apologies if I look and sound retarded. Can't say that because you're Hasan. Sorry, bleep that out.
He said, can't say that. You're Hasan. Sorry. Please bleep that out. He's fucking hilarious.
That's hilarious. 32 years old, 91 baby, just like me. We're getting old, brother. We're getting old.
No, that's 33. 91 is 33. Bro, we're the same age, dog.
Off Twitch and start pumping seeds into women. We need babies out of you, Hasan. We need the next generation. Just kidding. Happy birthday, brother.
It's a bag that says Balenciaga, and someone wrote "not" on it. Hwood Group to Hasan from Banks. And there's a note in it. Hold up. Bro, this better be my phase chain, dude. I'm phasing the fuck up after this. Happy. Bruh. He repurposed an Hwood Group card. Happy B-Day. Thank you for your love and support, Banks. And the phase family. It's the thought that matters. I'm so fucking phased up. Hey, W Recycling. W Banks Recycling. And it is, from what I understand, that back there. A Rick Owens
W.
Owens American flag.
W gift. W in the chat. W
What
gifter.
the fuck?
W gifter.
What?
W gifter bank.
Is a Rick Owens American flag by @GrimeyKids, which is fire. I suspect he was like, you know, you like America, politics and such. One nation under Rick. Bro, there's more shit in here. Hold up. I'm so phased up right now. Nissan G Fuel Energy Formula FaZe Clan Big League Pillow. This is a rare item. Bro, what does this go for on eBay? Banks was sleeping in this pillow. He was using this pillow to sleep in. What the fuck? There's still more. What is this? 100 Thieves FaZe Clan and what is the other one? Is it like Optic or something? 100 Thieves FaZe Clan and Optic shirt with the original FaZe Clan tag inside. Does this mean I'm an honorary member of all three? Is that how that works? He was cleaning his garage, man. W face. How dare you say that? How dare you say that?
I'm officially a part of FaZe, dude. Okay, I'm officially FaZe the fuck up, like straight up. Someone said, "Don't promote this socialist." He texted you and explicitly said you're not. No, shut up. He didn't say that. He was just kidding when he texted me and said, "Come on, bro, you're not in FaZe. You're too old for FaZe." He was just kidding. He was like, cause like he's the same age as me. You know what I mean? So like he was just making a joke. He said you're part owner. Yeah, he's like, you're not a part of FaZe Clan. You are FaZe. Like you're a part owner now. That's what he said, and he's right. So. You are phased. Please let all the gamer frogs following FaZe Clan become socialists. Yeah, okay, that's not gonna happen anytime soon, big dog. Not gonna lie. Okay, I don't have pull like that. I don't have aura like that. I don't have Riz like that. Okay, I wish, but I don't. Okay, so let's get to it. We got some interesting news, some good news, some bad news. We got all the news that's fit to print. Barack and Michelle Obama endorsed Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee. Don't know why it took them this long. Kind of weird. They're going with the perfect campaigning line. That's not real. JD Vance is a creep who wants to ban abortion nationwide. JD Vance is weird. Voters know it. Vance is the most unpopular VP pick in decades. This week. Wait, okay, that's actually kind of dope. Are they actually, is that real or is that fake? I hope it's real. Dude, okay, now I suspect there are motherfuckers who are listening, okay? I'm sorry. Maybe I'm crazy, but I do feel like on the messaging front, there's a lot of stuff that these guys are saying that I've been saying for some time. Hopefully they'll be able to listen to some of the other things in terms of the immigration policy and changing at least the messaging on both the immigration policy for the Sun Belt, at least for Arizona, New Mexico, younger voters, Hispanic voters, and also on Gaza. Staffers, if you're in here, okay, wink, wink. You know, analysts, if you're in here, wink, wink, nod, nod, little push here, little push there. Remember, Americans don't care about foreign policy. They don't. They're also very susceptible to changing their perceptions on certain issues as long as there is like enough campaigning on that front, enough messaging on that front. On immigration, Joe Biden performed better in 2020 when he was objectively anti-Trump immigration. He performs significantly worse now in 2024 before he dropped out on immigration because he went right-wing on the issue. These are good things to think about, okay? Remember, Donald Trump versus Joe Biden matchup in 2020 on immigration. Joe Biden was still trailing behind Donald Trump, but much closer to Donald Trump on immigration than he was by 2024. So please, Also, don't lean into the memes. The messaging on JD Vance being weird is good. Okay, that's good messaging. It's good because it basically cuts away at like the serious danger that they present, because Republicans love presenting themselves as a serious danger. Saying he's weird is good because he is weird. He's gross. He's icky. He gives people the ick. Keep calling him a weirdo. That's fine. Okay. Now give us Republicans some advice. Y'all are cooked. Okay. Immediately institute socialism. Just advocate for socialism. Y'all are cooked anyway. I do actually unironically give Republicans advice as well on here when I'm criticizing them. And then chatters will be like, why are you giving the Republican Party advice? They watch you. And it's like, I don't think they do. And even if they do, I don't think they fucking can stop themselves. Yeah. Don't lean into the Brad and coconut memes. Let that shit happen organically. Don't do it. Don't hyper focus on celebrity endorsements. Nobody cares. Do the regular job. Do your job. You're a political campaign. You are not selling albums, okay? You're a fucking political campaign. Get some goddamn door knockers on board. Get some real momentum. This is no longer the 2016 campaign. This is no longer the 2020 campaign. This is the 2008 election. Okay. Obviously, the dynamic is very different. There isn't like a tremendous amount of hatred for the Republican Party due to the fact that for 8 years there was for 8 years there was like a shit ton of war on terror nonsense, plus the economic downturn, the collapse of the global economy. That kind of stuff doesn't exist here, and it's not like a two-term Republican that fucked everything up. Having said that, however, in terms of Kamala Harris's qualities, she's younger, dynamic, could and looks significantly younger as a consequence of who she replaced, Joe Biden. She also reads young. That's a big benefit. Despite being 59, she looks like she's 40. She's hot. You know what I mean? Like, these things matter. People like that shit. Okay? People like that shit. That's important. Like, guys, come on. Aesthetics are very important for a political campaign. Okay? They matter a lot. People make decisions. People make decisions like this on those boundaries 100%. So, like I was saying, the demographics that you can captivate from here on out are going to be Obama-based demographics. Go for the youth vote, but you have to change course on some of this stuff, okay? Anyway, but let's get to Obama's anyway.
Race for the White House, Vice President Kamala Harris picking up a big endorsement from former President Barack Obama and Michelle Obama as she goes on a campaign blitz. 4 states in just 4 days. Our senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang, is tracking the latest.
If you call her Blasian, I'm reporting you. Why would I would never say that. Like, now you put that thought into the minds of at least 30,000 people. You did that. Are you happy?
Good morning, Selena.
Good morning, Rebecca. Vice President Kamala Harris is racing to rally support across the country. With the election now just 100 days away, she is aggressively going after Donald Trump and hitting that campaign trail.
Hi.
Hey there.
This morning.
I don't understand the change in narrative on Gaza advice. Are we asking her to bluff voters with sweet talking while still sending the votes? I'm of two different minds here. In terms of like what she needs to do in order for me to be committed or for me to be excited about her prospects, she does need to change course on Gaza. I don't know how much she can do when Joe Biden is the president, and you can't deviate away from this like arrogant, entitled man who probably thinks like the world owes him whatever the fuck he wants and is one of the most arrogant, entitled Zionists out there. Okay? The only thing she can do as Joe Biden's vice president while simultaneously running for president is basically messaging. On that front, she needs to deviate and maybe even try to make sure that Joe Biden doesn't fuck up the bag too much. Okay? Any chance of Felix coming on today to talk about the JD Vance freak show? Why would I invite Felix to come back on after he was on Wednesday? That's crazy. Bro, Biden's stance on Gaza is not an outlier. Get real. Wait, what? I love that you are hitting both angles here. Like, are you actually riding with the Democrats now? Does endorsing genocide matter? Bro, Biden's stance on Gaza is not an outlier. Get real. Biden's stance on Gaza is demonstrably unpopular. You are delusional. If we're talking about the voter base, Biden is literally less popular than Trump on Gaza. One of the many benefits of not being president while Gaza is happening. But still, what are you saying right now? The notion that, like, if you were to say people don't have Gaza as their top of mind issue, you would be correct. And I'm not making that argument at all. Okay? I am not making that argument at all. But Biden is an outlier on Gaza. Biden's dick riding of Israel on Gaza is literally an outlier in the Democratic Party, and it's certainly an outlier in the broader electorate. It is not represented by most people. The notion that he just keeps saying, like, oh yeah, there's going to be a two-state, but also, like, it's Hamas. Hamas is responsible for everything. It's Hamas, blah, 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 blah. Like, consistently lying at the behest of Israel. Okay? Consistently lying at the behest of Israel is 100%, at this stage especially, 9 months in, 10 months in, is an outlier. Okay? It's a stance for the military-industrial complex. Sure, maybe it's not an outlier in the DMV. Nova voters, okay? People that work at Lockheed Martin, Raytheon executives, they love that shit, okay? They're lining their goddamn pockets. They don't have an issue with that take. Obviously, like, rabid ultra-Zionists in general, despite not voting for Biden, and they will never vote for Biden, they agree with Biden on this issue. They will never vote for Biden. If you're trying to captivate the Texas mega church voters, okay, then yeah, you're online. You're on board with their insane bloodlust, right? But as far as the broader electorate goes, how many fucking polls do you need to see? How many polls do you need to see that shows that, like, Americans are fed up with the way things are going? Kamala is anti-Hamas, not pro-Israel or pro-Palestine, is good. Wait, what? No, that's not. Dude, Hamas should not be a word that comes out of the mouths of any Democrats going forward from this point on. Okay? It's just not a, like, it is just totally bad optics. Okay? There's no reason to consistently talk like you are on the side of what Americans consider to be a terror group. Okay? Like, I'm not saying this as my own personal convictions, because Hamas and all matter of Palestinian resistance right now is on a defensive posture against a genocide, and therefore I do believe that they are on the right side, regardless of their domestic affairs, regardless of their overall worldview. They are currently engaging in an internationally lawful act in terms of defending these occupied territories from a belligerent occupier. Okay? That's not just my assessment of the situation. That is backed up by international law. Having said that, however, obviously, if you're running for the American presidency, you're not going to run around and be like, I love Hamas. Hamas is doing that. You're not going to say any of those things. But you shouldn't be talking about Hamas at all. Okay? You shouldn't, because it's a losing position. Don't associate Palestinian death and destruction with Hamas at all. One, because Israel is doing all of the death and destruction. It's not Hamas that's doing the death and destruction. And any invocation of Hamas, anytime you mention Hamas, you're just coming at this situation from a losing position when it's objectively unpopular. What Israel's doing is objectively unpopular. There is a partisan battle that you can fight in American domestic politics in terms of unconditional loyalty and support to Israel. Just put this stink on the Republicans. Put the fucking stink directly on Republicans. Be like, I've told you the method, okay? I told you the winning strategy. And even my girl Nancy Pelosi is kind of hitting this, okay? The winning strategy in this circumstance would literally to go, Benjamin Netanyahu seemingly is more popular in the American Republican Party than he is in the international community, where he is a war criminal with a warrant application out for his arrest. He is seemingly more popular in the American Republican Party than he is in Israel, in his own fucking Knesset. Like, there's only one group of people propping this motherfucker up, and it's the Republicans. Just say that. Okay? So that's it. And that's true. Benjamin Netanyahu is objectively more popular with American Republicans, American Republican politicians, than he is in his own fucking country. Like, what are we doing here? Yeah, it's also obvious that he wants Trump to win, okay? He wants Trump to win. So, like, any kind of mention as to, like, Bibi Netanyahu on, like, positive terms, or anything that, like, helps Benjamin Netanyahu look good and look like a decent foreign leader is just hurting you. Like, Benjamin Netanyahu literally went to Mar-a-Lago to suck his cock, okay? Come on now. Are we for real? Be for fucking real, dude. He's wearing a total victory hat. He brought up total victory on the fucking congressional speech. Get out of here. Democrats cannot stand idly by and let this shit fly, dude, even on partisan grounds. Also, there's some good news on the Israel front. UK drops opposition to the International Criminal Court warrant for Netanyahu. I apologize to the labor. I apologize to Keir Starmer, more like Keir Stalin. I said a lot of disrespectful things about him. I didn't know what kind of game he was playing out there, okay? Things are kind of shifting in a decent direction. It is largely a consequence of the unimaginable amounts of pressure that has kept up since October 7. Okay, so never forget pressure from the public, pressure from international organs of justice. Things are shifting. Okay, so we'll I'm still holding out hope on Keir Starmer being, I don't think he's going to be like a fucking legendary leftist or anything, but.
Vice President Kamala Harris getting a major endorsement and revving up.
Why don't you put pressure on Hamas to end the war and surrender? I don't know, dog. Do you think I have a line? Do you think I can talk to Yahya Sinwar, number one? And number two, they have already brought up ceasefire negotiations a million times over. This is such an idiotic question to ask, and it's not a serious question. It's like objectively unserious, considering that there have been 39 instances where Hamas has brought forward multiple different ceasefire proposals, and Israel's the one who's consistently saying no to that. Okay? At this point, the entire global community wants a ceasefire. Kamala Harris reiterated that position as well earlier yesterday. The current three-phase ceasefire negotiation, permanent ceasefire and permanent cessation of hostilities negotiation, is a carbon copy of the Hamas proposal that was delivered in February. So the reality is that one side is trying to get a ceasefire deal. The other side is saying, no, I want to keep fucking doing this war, partially because there's a lot of appetite for death and destruction in Israel. Okay. There's broad majority support for that sort of thing. Benjamin Netanyahu also wants to continue the war because he doesn't want to go to jail. Because the moment that the war ends, the war cabinet goes away, new government comes in, Benjamin Netanyahu's position is like not as strong as it used to be. He most likely might not be able to put together a winning coalition. And if he doesn't have a governing coalition, then all of his legal issues come back to the forefront. considering that he's an unimaginably unpopular singular being, despite the fact that Israelis kept voting for him over and over again for fucking 30 years at this point. You know, he has a personal ambition and personal motivation for continuing waging war and murdering as many Palestinian children as possible. So, yeah, a lot of commonalities with Donald Trump, by the way, which is another angle. It's just so stupid. So there you go. Hopefully that's understandable for you. Hopefully you understand where I'm coming from. The only thing voters agree on are a ceasefire. Actually putting pressure on stopping weapons for Israel is a different thing to the broader public. Sure. Let's continue.
Up her campaign.
We called to say Michelle and I couldn't be prouder to endorse you and to do everything we can to get you through this election and into the Oval Office.
The former president and first lady, Barack and Michelle Obama, throwing their seismic weight behind Harris as she finishes her first week as a presidential candidate, hitting 4 states in 4 days.
Bring it on.
They're late to the game, later than I am 15 minutes into the top of the hour when I serve you a 3-minute ad break. You know what I'm saying? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Sometimes I serve it 15 minutes in because I'm late to the fucking game, right? They couldn't even get an Obama FaceTime. Guess the signal from the yacht was that bad. Yeah. Yeah, that's wild. Okay. Here's a 3-minute ad break. Now, by the way, you can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. If you're lucky, you can get gifted a sub and avoid seeing the ads that way. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Bring it on.
And sharpening her attacks on Trump as an enemy of the middle class.
Donald Trump and his extreme allies want to take our nation back to failed trickle-down economic policies, back to union busting, back to tax breaks for billionaires.
Overnight, Harris rallying one of the nation's largest teachers' unions in Houston, Texas.
We want to ban assault weapons, and they want to ban books.
We choose freedom.
The vice
That's
president
great.
dropping her first.
We want to ban assault weapons. They want to ban books. Good line. It's a good line. It's good. Smart. It's easy to comprehend. It's easy to understand. It's a good line.
Campaign ad featuring Beyonce's song Freedom.
The freedom not just to get by, but get ahead.
Harris says she's ready to debate.
I think also angling like I've always been a fan of angling the sentiment on like economic, like progressive economic policies, like leftist economic populism, angling it on things that Americans respond positively to, like freedom, is not necessarily a bad thing. I think that is a good thing as well, because what is freedom if you have no freedom to fucking change jobs because you're terrified that you're going to lose your health care? You know what I mean? Like a lot of misdirection and misinformation in terms of socialism has existed in American discourse for almost a century at this point, about like how it's a collectivism. Socialism is about collectivism. It's about everyone collectively being poor. And it's like, no, it's actually about individual freedoms. Okay. Any kind of socialization initiative is done at the behest of opening up more individual freedoms. And I do think that that is like a good way. That is definitely a good way to angle that as well. Bad line, assault weapons are awesome. I mean, I agree. Okay. As an assault weapons enjoyer myself, I do consider them to be fun. But I also do think that they should absolutely be severely restricted. Okay? Severely.
Donald Trump.
I think the voters deserve to see the split screen that exists in this race on a debate stage, and so I'm ready. Let's go.
But Trump now backtracking on his pledge to face off on stage, his campaign saying it would be inappropriate to schedule things with Harris because Democrats very well could still change their minds. Harris quickly pitting Trump's words against him, asking what happened to any time, any place when the nominee was President Joe Biden. And this morning, previous comments from Trump.
Yeah, Biden. I mean, not Biden. Sorry. Fucking Donald Trump backing out of the debate is such cowardice. And it also, once again, shows that they are in panic mode. Okay? They are in complete panic mode. I'm telling you right now, it just, one, it makes them look weak because, like, you could do that. You could do that in the Republican Party primaries because you were ripping, right? Like, there was no one that was coming near you, and presenting yourself in front of these people who might actually be able to show up and say that you were responsible for the electoral defeats in 2022 to the broader Republican primary voters probably would have made you look a little bad. I wanted Donald Trump to debate because he's pretty good at stuff like that normally. He's lost a little bit of his riz, I would say. But having said that, the fact that he was like, I'm down to do a debate, and then he was like, actually, just kidding, I don't want to do a debate with a new candidate, with a candidate like Kamala Harris, who you're talking shit about, saying she's dumb. Okay. What? Aw, why'd you ban that guy? That was impressive, the amount of swear words he put into one text. But yeah, I think that they are so like they're just in a state of such panic that, like, they don't know what to do. This isn't a strategic decision. This is a petty tantrum at losing their favorite punching bag. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if she's a DEI hire who's dumb as a rock, who only got to her position by, like, you know, having sex with people in power, then you should make short work of her. Like, you can't be the god of discourse. You can't be the god of debates. You can't be this, like, charismatic, telegenic figure who's running away from debates. This isn't the fucking primaries where you're literally putting up fucking LeBron numbers over and over again. You're actually going up against a pretty fucking close opponent who is, you know, right out of the gates, caught up to your performance thus far, caught up to your polling numbers pretty quickly. Kamala Harris has already pledged to sign the PRO Act, by the way. That's pretty good. That's why Mark Kelly, that bitch who literally neutered the PRO Act, like who defeated the PRO Act inside the Democratic caucus, came out and was like, oh, just kidding, I would sign the PRO Act, actually. Fucking piece of shit. A little too late for that, don't you think? Fuck you, Mark Kelly. I am not excited at the prospect of a Josh Shapiro or a Mark Kelly VP pick. I do not like it at all. I think it's absolutely awful. A lot of people are talking about how much they like him. Okay? And I don't appreciate it. I don't like it. It would be a bad idea. We'll talk about the Reid Hoffman stuff too. Like, there's definitely donor pressure on Kamala Harris changing course on certain things, including taking out FTC's Lena Khan. All right, let's continue.
Trump's vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance first reported by ABC calling for people without children to be taxed more.
We need to reward the things that we think are good and punish the things that we think are bad. So you talk about tax policy. Let's tax the things that are bad and not tax the things that are good. If you're making $100,000, $400,000 a year, and you've got 3 kids, you should pay a different, lower tax rate than if you're making the same amount of money and you don't have any kids. It's
boo, boring, too technocratic. You're boring. You got no riz. You fucking suck. This is like, Dude, this is such a holy gift from Donald Trump Jr. to the Democratic Party. Okay. He is so lib coded. Like, what are you, Elizabeth Warren? What the fuck do you mean? Oh, we need to use our tax structure to incentivize people. Like, that's not what gets good play in the Republican Party, dumbass. Like, he's trying to advocate for ease for parents in America without actually saying expanding child tax credits, because that will be associated with Biden. That will be associated with Kamala Harris, because that's what Kamala Harris is running on. An objectively popular economic populist agenda, okay? A leftist policy, okay? A progressive policy. I want to say leftist. So JD can't say that. So he's just like, oh, well, what we should do is like offer tax incentives to parents and make it so that we're taxing people who don't have children higher. And it's just like, no, it's too boring. It's not easy to comprehend. It's like an Elizabeth Warren style policy with a right wing Elizabeth Warren ass approach to otherwise like super easy to understand policy making from the Democrats for once.
It's that simple.
The comments resurfaced after a clip of Vance questioning the leadership abilities of people without kids was already getting blowback.
He's doing what you always say you'd be able to do in pretending to be a really good Republican politician, except he's really bad at it. Yeah, I mean, he is. His instincts are bad. He's got no fucking riz. He is a charisma suck. He is deeply unpopular. And he is deeply fucking unpopular in his own goddamn state. People that know him hate him. I told you that was the case. And here it is. There's actual data for it beyond my data points of the fact that Donald Trump chose a guy who was less popular in the state of Ohio, a deep red state already at this point, that gives him no benefit to the election at all. Okay? This like childless cat lady narrative paired up with the DEI shit is going to rip, okay? It is already ripping. It is already ripping. As I talked to Ested yesterday, remember, like, black people in general, brown people in general, like, they know what DEI pick means, especially black people. They know what that means, okay? They hear that every time. They're going to be like, even if they were down to fucking vote for Donald Trump's charisma and Donald Trump's, like, macho image is not going to be good enough to overcome the steady flow of racist sentiment that they hear on a daily fucking basis being reiterated from those in positions of power that they could potentially vote for. Okay?
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made. And so they want to make the rest of the country miserable.
This is so good. It's so awesome watching these fucking dipshits do podcasts, their talking points, and then like running for president, running for vice president, thinking that this gets good play for the broad majority of the public. Attacking step and adoptive parents is actually insane. Combine that with opposing IVF and they're going to lose like even conservative leading people. These are some of the most personal decisions that people make. I know. It's so funny that Donald Trump literally recognizes how much of an electoral poison that is, that he immediately was like, whoa, we're not banning IVF. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Whoa, what do you mean? No, we're not touching IVF. Get the fuck out of here. And then like the fucking Southern Congregation of Baptist churches got together and they were like, no, actually, we do want to ban IVF. What are you guys doing? And then he went and listened to his dumbass son, Don Jr., on who to pick for his VP and went with this fucking guy. A guy who has been incredibly much more restrictive than Donald Trump has been on abortion publicly, okay, with the way he communicates. And also a guy who's gone above and beyond further than that, constantly talking about like women should be having babies. They're fucking broodmares. Like, come on, what are we doing? They're baby incubators. They're baby incubators. They're baby incubators. If you don't have a baby as a woman, what the fuck are you doing? Americans don't like that shit. Okay? Even women that want to have children are going to be like, okay, bro, chill the fuck out. Like, what are you talking about? What do you got, a fucking breeding fetish? What the hell is this shit?
to. And it's just a basic fact. You look at Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, AOC, the entire future of the Democrats is controlled by people without children.
Actress.
Now, when he turns around and apologizes for this, which he will, okay, and I believe he has already like tried to like re-message this point. If he apologizes for it, then he's fucking weak. He's already wishy-washy. He called Trump Hitler. Now he's Trump's VP and loves Trump. People already don't think that he's a genuine person. And now here's another major policy prescription that he had that he has to fucking go back on. If he doubles down, he looks like a complete psychopath. If he actually apologizes, he looks like a spineless little loser. So ultimately, he is fucked. And this is precisely one of the reasons as to why I said he was a weak ass candidate from the jump.
Jennifer Aniston sharing Vance's comments with her 44 million Instagram followers, writing, "I truly can't believe this is coming from a potential VP of the United States." And the former wife of Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, coming to her defense, noting that Harris co-parents their 2 children. Kirsten Emhoff writing, "For over 10 years since Cole and Ella were teenagers, Kamala has been a co-parent with Doug and I. She is loving, nurturing, fiercely protective, and always present. I love our blended family and am grateful to..."
The Republicans failing is literally a symptom of no longer having Mitch McConnell around. No, it's a more structural problem for the Republican Party. If you recall, I talked about this quite a bit leading up to the 2022 midterms and far beyond that. Republicans in the post-Roe v. Wade world are now victims of their own success. Okay? This is a more holistic issue within the Republican Party. There is no way to message your way out of this in some respects. And Donald Trump might be one of the last people that at least like captivate certain aspects of the base before they completely have to change direction and maybe even suffer electoral defeats for like at least one generation before they get back into shape. Because either this country becomes total fascist, okay? And that could happen. This is what I've been saying since 2022. Either everyone becomes like the rabid Matt Walsh watchers that are just constantly thinking about like murdering trans people, assuming that there's a trans person in every fucking corner and they're all pedophiles or whatever, or they are just so grossed out by that in the suburbs that they basically are just like, I don't want this, man. Like, I don't know what to do here. Like, I just don't. This is gross. This is loser shit. The problem that they have is that conservative media like Fox News and now YouTube influencers are the base of the party, and it creates incentives to be the most right-wing in order to get more views and clicks. They can't ride the tiger anymore to appeal to normies. Yeah. They are collapsing under the weight of their own success. Exactly. That is like, they are very successful in enacting their right-wing agenda at the state level, which is not democratic. Because at the state level, they're using redistricting to enforce their will, okay? When they have no business having that much power at the state level. So they just utilize the state legislature to be like, we are focusing all of our efforts on, I don't know, this new bill that declares that in the state of Ohio, we are going to check your daughter to see if she has a pussy or a penis, okay? They're doing penis inspection day and shit. Nobody asked for that, okay? Nobody except for like, I don't know, Matt Walsh watchers that don't even fucking live in Ohio have asked for this. No one is like, oh, thank God. Okay? Thank God that there's penis inspection day happening. So when they keep doing that, they keep getting into this like this feverish, hysterical cycle where they think like, oh, we are actually popular, right? We are actually very popular. See, we're enacting our agenda. So we are very popular. It's like, no, you're not, dumbass. You forgot that you have utilized the least democratic aspects of American governance to your advantage. You've utilized the court system and you've utilized state legislatures. You've completely sidestepped Congress. You are basically getting everything you want to get on these incredibly objectively unpopular or irrelevant policy agendas that are all hyper focused on culture war issues that appeal to like some of the weirdest, sweatiest fucking losers, that comes across as like genuinely off-putting, okay, to the broadest parts of the electorate, okay? You never want to be the I'm going to do Children's Genital Inspection Day party. You don't want to be that, okay? This isn't to say that like the broadest majority of Americans aren't like somewhat transphobic. They are, okay? It is obviously the normal position is that most people are just like, yeah, I don't really understand this trans shit. It's weird. It feels kind of gross to me. That is like what the average person's opinion is. And everyone knows this. All the trans people in this community know this. There's a reason why even trans people themselves oftentimes are very transphobic before they recognize that they are trans, okay? Because the reality of the matter is that gender, albeit a social construct, has been taught a certain way for generations to people. It's a very deeply personal aspect of our existence. And people think that, you know, there's only two genders. That's it. It's biology when it's not. It's obviously a social construct, but that's too educational. That like gets into like complex thinking that people don't want to fucking contend with, especially if you're like 50 years old and all you knew was boy, girl, man, woman your whole fucking life. So that paired up with the fact that like trans people are a genuinely tiny margin that is not broadly representative of anything in society makes them an easy fucking target for the Republican Party. But one thing that people don't understand is, or one thing that people don't actually vibe with all that much is how much of a hyper focus there is on trans people in either direction. I've often urged the Democratic Party to also not run on like, we're pro-trans people only and that's it. We're going to keep refusing to give people health care. But, you know, we're pro-trans. But if you're trans and you're homeless, then you can eat shit and die. Like, that's a terrible policy position. You've not only adopted an unpopular thing, but you're also simultaneously not like pushing a broader message that could be captivating to larger subsects of society. Just be fucking normal, right? Just be normal. And what I mean by that is, like, pro-trans positions should come along with an agenda that is objectively popular in the way that Bernie Sanders has done it always. You know what I mean? This is not about like identity. This is about class. This is about helping as many Americans as possible. And also, hey, you want health care? Okay, well, you can't be fucking weird about trans people. That's it. They get to have health care too. Suck my dick. That's how you're supposed to sell this message. Now, on the other side, when Republicans are only talking about trans people, people are going to be like, dude, I can't buy eggs. Okay? What the fuck are you talking about? Like children's penises? Like, why are you talking about this? You're gross. I don't want to think about this at all. Why are you constantly bringing this up? Shut the fuck up. I can't buy shit. Okay? I want to be able to buy shit. My rent is too fucking expensive, and all you're saying is how children are being fucking mutilated. You're weird and gross, dude. Shut the fuck up. That is the problem with the Republican Party. And if they fucking constantly think about that and their brain is rotted and they're like, this is all we're doing, this is what we're going to give you, okay, then yeah, they become objectively weird and toxic and gross. And they're basically doing that not just for trans issues in general, which, by the way, plays really well to the base. Okay, that does. That's why when Trump talks about the trans stuff in his rallies, people go, yeah, he's doing it. He's doing the thing. He's talking about trans people and how much they suck. And it's like, okay, but that's just the rallies. You're not going to be able to captivate a broader subsect of the population by just simply hitting that line over and over again. Okay? I live in Ohio and I got to disagree. I literally can't go anywhere without someone bringing up trans kids. Yes, I'm not saying that the people aren't fucking brain broken on this issue, but that's Ohio, big dog, okay? It's already red as fuck. Do you not get it? One thing that the Democratic Party did without even recognizing that they were doing this, or one thing that like liberals did in general leading up to 2016 was just be kind of annoying all the time about social justice shit. They were in the right morally, but Americans don't like that moralizing posture. Americans don't like getting chirped at all the fucking time. I'm talking about people that just like, you know, people that are in your lives that you talk to on a daily basis who are like, I don't know what's going on with the world of politics. I don't fucking care. Who gives a shit? Like those guys that end up going out and voting in the general election don't want to constantly fucking hear about people chirping, okay? And the Republicans are way more hysterical. Way more fucking hysterical than the way that like the 2015, 2014, 2016 era social justice warriors were. They've never stopped chirping. Republicans have always chirped in the exact same way, but at least there was at least enough momentum to say these are all the SJWs that are doing this kind of thing. They love cancel culture. They love cancel culture narrative. That set in. Okay, that set in successfully. So we shouldn't chirp about immigration or healthcare or all either. No, dude, what are you talking about? I don't think we need to cede the trans issue. It's like we shouldn't cede immigration or crime. No. You're completely misunderstanding what I'm saying. I never said give up on trans rights or anything. What the fuck do you mean? I just said putting something like healthcare in the forefront, putting something like the Kamala Harris campaign is doing right now, like that Joe Biden was doing, as a matter of fact, unsuccessfully because he's fucking old, but like talking about kitchen table issues, talking about shit that affects the pocketbook, okay? That is sound policy in general, and that's good politics, okay? Stepping outside of the culture war narrative is a smart thing to do. That doesn't mean giving up on trans people. I never said that. Have the Dems actually put trans people on the forefront? No, they haven't. And I think that's somewhat of a good thing in general. They haven't. Hillary Clinton kind of did it a little bit because she was like genuinely more neoliberal than Joe Biden was, and which is surprising, I know, and genuinely more neoliberal than Kamala was. So I think Hillary Clinton kind of did that a little bit. And it's like, it's just ultimately you're not offering people anything. It's just, you're just basically saying, you're not even offering trans people anything, by the way. You're just saying, you're just like putting them in the forefront of the conversation and being like, see, these are our people. This is what we care about. And it's just like a little bit of lip service to trans people when like trans people do not make up a significant proportion of the voter base. Like, and all you've done now is just like, you didn't even fucking put forward any sort of sound policy or anything like that. And all you've done is basically say like, oh yeah, this is what we're about and nothing else. I've always been of the mindset, and I used to say this about Bernie Sanders all the time too. It's like, bro, you want fucking healthcare? You want Medicare for all? That's a good thing. Objectively popular policy, objectively good idea in general. Okay. Then yeah, everyone's going to get it. That's it. Medicare for all means Medicare for all. It means trans people get it too. That's it. Joe Biden didn't mention the word trans one time in the lead up to the 2020 election. Exactly. Dude, this why like I saw a video. I don't know where it was, but here, this is like, let me see if I can find it. There's a TikTok I saw where FaZe Banks was like around, I think he was like around Sneeko or something. And some guy comes up to him, okay, and is like, yo, FaZe Banks, how many genders are there? Okay. And he's like, I don't know, dog. I don't give a shit. I'm about my money. Okay. And it's kind of like the Joe Biden moment where Joe Biden was like, at least 3. If you remember in 2019, that's what he said. And it's just that in and of itself is like, that's the best possible way to have this conversation. It's like, who gives a fuck, man? What are you talking about? He's like, I'm about my money. That's it. That's it. And that's like, I mean, come on, that's FaZe Banks. Like, that is the most like Ohio boy you can get in that circumstance. I don't know if I can find it. And then someone is like, oh, well, Sneeko said there's only 2 or whatever. And he's like, yeah, that's just weird stuff that he's always talking about. He literally was like, yeah, that's just, he's on a different planet with that shit. I don't care. Like, that's basically something like I think about quite a bit in terms of like how to deal with this kind of messaging where people are constantly like, dude, well, what about gender? What about gender? What about trans people? What about trans people? He's like, dude, dude, what's wrong with you? You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing? Like, are you okay? Why do you fucking constantly think about this shit? Anyway, I can't find the clip right now, but I think that's like that kind of dismissal and calling Republicans weird is a pretty sound way to deal with a lot of this shit because they are fucking weird. No, this is him responding to it. But here, I think this is the clip.
I don't know, man. Who gives a fuck?
I talked to Sneeko over there. He told me there was 2. Hey, how many genders are there, by the way?
Come on, bro. Yeah. Sneeko's on that time. All I know is how much bread I got in my bank account, and it's a lot. You can put me in a fucking closet with the lights off and a blindfold on. I'm still ripping.
Wait, FaZe Banks in the closet?
That's funny.
Hold up.
You're funny.
This guy's.
There you go. That's it. That's that. But like, all jokes aside, that is like, that is sound. Like to deal with this question is like very sound. It's just like, dude, what are you talking about? Talk about shit that actually matters, okay? This doesn't mean that trans people don't matter. This doesn't mean that like all of the Republican legislation passed on that front is something that we should just cast aside or not fight back against. It's just that you're literally trying to bully people. Like, putting this in terms that people understand is good. You're just trying to bully some of the most like some of the least protected people on the planet, and it's objectively odd that you're doing that. It's objectively weird that this occupies so much time in your mind, so much space in your mind. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, you mean what actually matters to the average person? Yes. And also, what matters to trans people too? It's not like trans people are fucking magical deities, magical beings that are somehow outside of the fucking sphere of the economy. When you talk about Medicare for all, or when you talk about fucking education, when you talk about child tax rates, when you talk about this sort of shit, when you talk about labor protections, like, that's trans people too. They're literally in the fucking workforce. They're not like, I know that Republicans kind of run the table on like trans people being magical people that are just like the best athletes you've ever seen and are just like running around stealing fucking awards from cis women or some shit. But like, that's not how that works. You know what I mean? They're just regular fucking people that happen to be fucking trans. That's it. You know what I mean? All right. But let's finish this off and then we'll continue with the JD Vance stuff.
To have her in it. Ella Emhoff adding, how can you be childless when you have cutie pie kids like Cole and I? I love my 3 parents.
And time is running out for Harris to pick a running mate. I'm told she's still considering a pool of about a dozen people. And on Monday, Governor Shapiro and Whitmer are both campaigning for Harris in battleground Pennsylvania. Both of them are considered possible running mates. Whit.
All eyes on that decision for sure. Selena Wang, thank you.
Just moments ago, Vice President Kamala Harris picked up the formal endorsement of former President Barack Obama and Michelle Obama as well. Here is the brand new video.
Kamala.
Hello. Hi.
Hey there.
Kamala.
Oh, hi. You're both together. Oh, it's good to hear you both.
I can't have this phone call without saying to my girl Kamala, I am proud of you. This is going to be historic.
We called to say Michelle and I couldn't be prouder to endorse you and to do everything we can to get you through this election and into the Oval Office.
Oh, my goodness. Michelle, Barack, this means so much to me. I am looking forward to doing this with the two of you, Doug and I both, and getting out there, being on the road. But most of all, I just want to tell you the words you have spoken and the friendship that you have given over all these years mean more than I can express. So thank you both. It means so much. And we're going to have some fun with this too, aren't we?
So this is not unexpected, but could be a bit awkward for Donald Trump this morning. Overnight, his campaign said it would not commit to debating Harris, in part because she had not been endorsed by Obama. Well, now she has. With us now, CNN senior White House correspondent Kayla Tausche. Kayla, again, not unexpected.
Dude, it's so funny. Why can't they do a normal endorsement video instead of the cringe ass shit? That's fine. I don't give a shit. I think what matters is the endorsement coming in. That's what matters. And I do think that it's, again, a fucking landmine that Trump stepped on again. If I'm Donald Trump, I'm so pissed. He just keeps constantly trying to, in a state of panic, like hit any angle he can. And he's like, yeah, the Democrats are so chaotic. See, Obama didn't even endorse Kamala. And then Obama endorsed Kamala. And he's like, back to fucking square one. Okay? It's just legitimately, I've never seen, I don't know if this is kismet. I don't know if it's fucking fate. I've never seen this much. Like, I've never seen things go so well for the Democrats in general and so poorly for the Republicans so far. Now, this doesn't mean that they're not going to be able to, like, figure out how to campaign. Because remember, Republicans have a history of winning with bad policies all the fucking time. But I don't know where all of that political acumen went. I don't know if they just perished. Like, what happened? They have become the Chris Rufo party for some weird reason, constantly talking about like the epigenetic predisposition of the Latin Americans or something, or fucking how women have to give birth all the time, nonstop. That does not make a successful campaign. Okay, that does not make for a successful campaign. You cannot be the conceptual James party. You cannot be the Christopher Rufo party.
Unexpected, but kind of shows this tight rollout that Harris has had over the last, now, this is what, the 6th day?
Yes, John, highly choreographed, even though all of this came together in the 11th hour over just the...
Yeah, I mean, I guess like part of it is because Trump gutted the RNC and replaced them with loyalists. But they're still advisors. Okay, they're still fucking, the advisors are still supposed to be there. Like, I don't know what's happening in the back office, but like, they used to have a fucking deep lineup of genuine vultures. Okay, they used to have a deep lineup of actual vultures, right? I don't know where they're at. Like, what happened? Where are they at? Because right now, they are putting horrible numbers on the board. The entire family running the DNC right now, do you think they, or RNC right now, do you think they listen to anyone who doesn't agree with whatever they want to do? Like, I often talk about how Democrats are too cowardly and too consistently focus testing their narrative. And that shows that they have no backbone, right? But Republicans have too much backbone in the wrong direction
at this point. And they're not doing enough focus testing to be like, hey, maybe we shouldn't be doing any of the things that we're doing right now. You know? Has the old Republican money divested from Trump? No. No, old Republican money still is very much on. Come on. I mean, Miriam Adelson is like, I will give you billions of dollars if you nuke Gaza and permanently annex West Bank and shit. Like, no, that's old money. That's old Republican money. Miriam is carrying the torch for Sheldon, right? Like, that's not, you know, they still have the same investors. They still have the same donors. They're just picking up more donors from the VC side now. But the thing is, like, I guess you're right. Most of the Republican analysts that like gave them major victories are now considered to be rhinos and were run out of the party, and they just like sit on MSNBC and fucking chirp about Trump all day. So I guess that's what they're doing. They're too predisposed with like shitting on Donald Trump. They're getting involved with more with money than people. Yeah.
Last week, this was a critical piece for Vice President Harris to get the endorsement from a party leader who still has influential sway across the entirety of the Democratic Party. It shouldn't be understated the fact that this came on several days after her candidacy became official, but also after the official process to clinch those delegates came through. Sources have said that the Obamas didn't want to be seen as anointing Vice President Harris or as seen as part of a coronation, in the words of one, choosing instead to wait until after some of those processes have played out. But certainly it is going to provide quite a bit more momentum for a campaign that has already seen quite a bit of that. $126 million raised as of Tuesday. The campaign has not provided an updated number, even though several days have followed that. And even though several major organizing calls have taken place, including one last night with white women, where 164,000 women participated in that. And Harris is going to be trying to use that momentum across the battlegrounds in the coming days. The campaign saying that just today it will be holding events in Michigan, North Carolina, Georgia, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, following on dozens of events taking place across other battleground states leading up to this point. Of course, the calendar is very crunched at this point. There are a lot of deadlines coming up in August alone. We have learned from sources that Vice President Harris and her team are expected to lock in a running mate by August 7th. That would be a process that would be just about 2 weeks from start to finish. August 1st is the earliest date that the Rules Committee has decided that early voting could begin. And then, of course, there is the convention, the 19th through the 22nd, less than a month away at this point. So certainly there is a lot to do in just the next few weeks, guys.
Yeah, not a lot of real estate left on that calendar. Kayla Tausche, great to have you on in the mornings. Thanks so much for being with us. Appreciate it. With us now, CNN political commentator Kristen Soltis Anderson and Democratic strategist Matt Bennett. And Matt, the facts of this endorsement aside, this sort of caps this week, this remarkable now 6 days of a pretty tight rollout. How do you see it having played out?
I mean, there's no way it could have gone better. It was very clear that the vice president's team was ready. They didn't know if the president would step aside. They had no idea, and they didn't know when it would come. But the moment that it came, they just sprang into action, and they rolled it out in unbelievably perfect way. They made all the calls they needed to make. They rounded up the endorsements they needed. They kind of closed off the field to others. And then they put her out on the road and captured this incredible wave of momentum that followed this, sigh of relief that the party was giving, that we now have a nominee that seems really capable of prosecuting the case against Trump. And I think what you're finding is that the Trump team is definitely not ready. I mean, they have these ridiculous lawsuits. They're now saying they're not going to debate her. They're on their heels and defensive about J.D. Vance and Project 2025. So things have gone really well so far.
We're going to get to the debate thing in just a moment. But Kristen, first to you, with the Obamas, is there anything unique politically about their endorsement? I don't think this was unexpected, but does this endorsement carry something special that others have not?
Well, I think, one, it was smart to actually delay it a few days. There was a little bit of online chatter. Why hasn't Obama endorsed? Why hasn't Obama endorsed? It's smart because it takes the story and it makes yet another day. It gets to stand on its own as a story. However, I do think that if Democrats think that they are going to recreate the Obama coalition this year, that is a bit of a big dream, but seems unlikely to me. Remember, Barack Obama won in part by being able to pull together this incredible coalition that included states like Iowa. Iowa voted for Barack Obama twice, and I'm not encouraging anyone to go bet a bunch of money, but I wouldn't go to Vegas right now and put a bunch of money on Kamala Harris winning Iowa in 2024. So, for some of these politicians like Barack Obama, who's very talented, the question is, how much does his coalition, can it be rebuilt in new, much more polarized times? And count me a little bit skeptical of that.
So Matt brought up the debates, and Kristen, I want to give this question to you because this has been such an unprecedented week. I've been surprised by a lot of things, big and small. One of the small things I've been surprised by is how much Republicans have focused on the process in the Democratic Party. And the debate's just one aspect of it. We have this release from the Trump campaign overnight backing off the debates, at least for now, that says, given the continued political chaos surrounding Cricket Joe Biden and the Democratic Party, the debates cannot be finalized until Democrats formally decide on their nominee. They go on to say there's a strong sense by many in the party, namely.
I know you constantly say debates don't matter, but isn't this one of the few cases where not debating does matter and can negatively affect Trump? Yes, absolutely. Debates don't matter in a situation where you've already fucking campaigned. It's literally September. Normally, when do debates happen? They happen in the month of September. You've already basically maxed out on your name recognition, right? You have two candidates that are running against one another that everybody has kind of made up their minds on, right? In a situation like that, yeah, it's in a situation like that, it's yeah, you've made up your mind on Hillary Clinton. You've made up your mind on Donald Trump, right? You think he's a outside of the box thinker. You think he's anti-establishment. Hillary Clinton's pro-establishment, yada, 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 right? But in a situation like this, debates do matter. This is a debate that does kind of matter because Kamala Harris is a last-second swap out. People want to see how their candidate, people in the margins want to see, one, she doesn't have, she still has a lot of name recognition to make up for, as she was the vice president and was notoriously put on, janitorial staff duty, right, when she was the VP. So she didn't get a lot of play in mainstream media. That is actually kind of beneficial for her in this situation because she didn't get a lot of avenues of attack beyond the fact that she's goofy and laughs a lot. Okay? So now that's actually playing a good role for Kamala to reinvent herself when she has a national podium, when she has all of the attention on her. Okay? You can deny debates. You can deny debates if you are already if you're in good standing, if you're if you've cleared the table, if you're oh yeah, I'm just going to win regardless. Who gives a fuck? Why would I give my opponent an opportunity to potentially get a couple sound bites off of me that will play well? But in this circumstance, because Kamala Harris is untested, okay? Because Kamala Harris is untested, people will want to see her against Donald Trump. So in this situation, debates do matter a little bit more. Ultimately, door knocking is what matters. Good sound policy is what matters. That's how you win elections. It's not there's no world in which you just knock it out of the park in a fucking debate and then, the tides of history change. The only time where debates have been relevant is when they did it in fucking July or June, I guess at this point, super early. And 50 million people saw that the current president running for re-election was genuinely a carcass. He doesn't want to debate her because he doesn't want to give her another possible I'm speaking moment like she had with Pence. It's not even that. Not debating also makes Trump look weak. You just opened up a new line of attack. Oh, dude, you're panicking. You're scared. You're scared. What happened? I thought Kamala Harris was goofy and stupid and only got to this position because she's dumb and slutty or whatever the fuck the Republican psychos are saying. You know, what happened? It just looks bad. And I think part of the calculation here is that, like, Trump could dagger Hillary Clinton because Hillary Clinton was not like read as a woman, but instead read as like this almost mythical being that was a perfect singular representation of establishment politics and 30 years of conspiracies that were associated with her last name and herself directly. Okay? She was more lizard than woman. So Trump could just fucking dunk on her all day. But Trump doing that to Kamala Harris changes the dynamic a lot, as a matter of fact. Because Kamala Harris is not like Hillary Clinton at all. She does not have any of the baggage that Hillary Clinton has. So in that situation, when Trump is like ripping into her, he's not just ripping into Kamala Harris. He's reminding people what his position is about black women. He's reminding people what his position is about all women in general. It can come across as off-putting. There's a push and pull with everything that you do in presidential campaigns. You might win more favors with some, non-college educated whites, men, non-college educated black voters that are men, non-college educated Hispanic voters that are men. But like the margins that you're going to get on that front will not make up for the losses that you also get. The losses that you also incur from the other side. You know what I mean? How do you think Kamala's tough on black people crime will do for Republican messaging? What do you mean, tough on black people crime? What about the non-college educated HasanAbi heads? Well, the non-college educated HasanAbi heads, hopefully they got a good job, a good union job, because otherwise they're going to see a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Okay, here's you saying the same thing 4 years ago.
Which you could do by subscribing.
Wait, I just ran the top of the hour ad break, dude. What the fuck? That's crazy that you just sent me that link right after. Bummer for you. He's just temporarily avoiding debate to discredit her as a legit candidate in the public eye, in my opinion. Yeah, I think it's not a good idea, though, because, again, it just shows weakness. Anyway, like I said, HasanAbi heads that are non-college educated, hopefully you guys got good union jobs so you can avoid seeing the ads at the top of the hour when I run the 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you got to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account or by getting gifted a sub. If you're lucky, here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Barack Hussein Obama, and then it goes on, ... They're not going to commit to debates just yet. Of course, Obama then this morning goes out and endorses. But Kristen, explain, what does Trump get out of this? What do they get something out of this process argument?
Well, it is not wrong to underscore how extremely unprecedented this is. I mean, Democratic voters did not get the opportunity to really have a meaningful primary. At the same time, though, the politics of this, I assume that what they're trying to do is divide a Democratic coalition that right now does not seem interested in being divided. Yeah. Democrats are pretty united around Harris. This week has been, again, very unprecedented in the extent to which they've closed ranks. I do think that
they're just so used to just making up false narratives that they're literally making up a false narrative about something that is like demonstrable and something that is like easily observable. Like, the false narrative in this situation is like, oh man, the Democrats are surely in a state of panic with Kamala. And it's like, anybody that pays even a little bit of attention to what's going on is like, no, they're not. Where's the chaos? They're literally doing victory laps right now. Like, what do you mean? Like, you can do that about like immigrant panic or crime, things that are not like immediately observable because it requires you to look at like data to really parse through the situation, especially when the media is also interested for their own material benefit. If it bleeds, it leads. And run with that narrative over and over again. And you can, and if there's no one on the other side ideologically making a counter, okay? If there's no one on the other side making a counter to that and trying to explain what the reality is, like, they can run the table with that line. They have basically fucking 30 years of nonstop immigrant panic that they can rely on in terms of making this hysterical argument. You can't necessarily do that, though, for something as easily observable as like the Democratic Party not being in a state of panic, and across the table, everyone is united behind this singular force now.
Republicans would be wise to have a message that's not about process, but is more about policy, to focus their message more on voters' discontentment with the economy, with immigration, with crime, with these issues where voters in polls that I see day in and day out tend to trust Republicans much more than Democrats. The Trump campaign would be much smarter to keep the focus on that versus trying to fight these process wars.
So, Matt, on that front, one of the things that we have begun to hear are these attacks on Vice President Harris as a liberal. Tom Kahn started it here, calling her a San Francisco liberal like 5 times in 7 minutes. And this morning, we are seeing for the first time this super PAC, which is now supporting Harris, saying they're coming out with an ad buy, some $50 million they're putting into this ad. I want to play a little bit of it.
She's the district attorney.
For the record, this person is like shitting on this Biden press release. Since last year, the value of her labor has increased by 7.3%, a gain outside of observed margin of error. Trump would roll back this historic win for workers dangerously. Harris press release. Look, these guys are all R-worded. Yeah, it's better. It is objectively a better way to fucking campaign than this. Especially when the economy is one of the aspects for the Democrats that is the weakest. Why would you fucking post this as a criticism? Why would you post this as a fucking criticism of Kamala Harris's campaign and what their strategy looks like when all you do with Biden was fucking unpopular. First of all, Biden was already unpopular, and he was especially unpopular when it came to the economy. The truth of this does not change the reality. It's more that they're weird, and it's much better than insulting them with a slur. This is a lack of understanding, to be honest. Hey, exactly. And they are weird. For the record, they are still campaigning on labor gains anyway. It's not like they're not campaigning on that. I can't believe I'm the one saying this because I am the guy who just told you how important it is to talk about kitchen table issues. Okay? But calling the Republican Party weird is basically saying that all they want to talk about is shit that is not kitchen table issues. You're doing that right now.
Who protected children from sexual predators. She's the Attorney General who stood up to the big banks to protect homeowners.
Yeah, so those two things, I wanted to highlight that, Matt, because again, and you spent your career trying to kind of nudge the Democrats or keep them in the center here. How much does Harris have to worry about that, and does this ad get to it?
Well, look, the entire ballgame here is winning the center, and the Harris team absolutely knows that. This is going to be a sprint to the general election where most voters have made up their minds already. The undecided voters tend to be centrists and moderates and independents. Those are the people that are up for grabs, and those are the people she's got to get. So this is a really good ad to focus on her tough as nails history as a prosecutor. And she's got to make clear to people that that's who she is. It's a very different game than she was in 2020 in a field of 19 other candidates running for a Democratic nomination. This is completely different. And she's got 3.5 years in the White House, lots of experience to talk about what they have done together and what she wants to do going forward, making this about the future. And I think she has a real opportunity to do that.
Yeah. CNN is dumb. The moderate middle is a myth. This is from the 2020 election, published September 24th, 2019. Moderate voters will decide the election, or wait, if Democrats can move to the middle, they'll win in 2020. These tropes conjure up a particular image. A pivotal block of reasonable independent voters stick to the two major parties, just waiting for a centrist candidate to embrace a moderate policy decision. And there's a reason this perception exists. You see just that if you look at only at top line polling numbers, which shows 40+% of voters refusing to identify with a party, or close to 40% of voters calling themselves moderates. But top-line polling numbers mask an underlying diversity of political thought that is far more complicated. Moderate, independent, and undecided voters are not the same, and none of these groups are reliably centrist. They are ideologically diverse, so there is no simple policy solution that will appeal to all of them. To better understand the unbearable incoherence of moderates, independents, and undecideds, let's start by visualizing them. Drawing on data from the Democracy Fund Voter Study Group, a research consortium that works with YouGov to conduct large-scale surveys, I pulled voters who identify as moderate, identify as independent, said they were undecided on how they would vote in a 2020 matchup between President Trump and a generic Democrat. Here's how big each group is in the electorate overall and how much they overlap. The murky middle of the electorate that identify, despite some overlap among independents, moderates, and undecided voters, each group is relatively distinct. However, this doesn't necessarily mean there are cohesive ideological benefits within each group. Okay? To test this, I used policy questions from the same voter study group survey, make two indexes measuring attitudes on economic policy and immigration. People say they're moderate, but when it comes to individual policies, they are not moderate at all. Okay, they have very obvious opinions on those matters. No, she didn't pick up anything from the shelf. She's eating the ram horn that I gave her earlier. Are independents also moderates? It depends on how you define moderate. If you define moderates based on self-identification, the answer is sort of. More than half, 58%, or self-identified independents in the voter study group also identify as moderate, compared to 27% who identify as a conservative and just 15% who identify as liberal. But many people who call themselves moderate do not rate as moderate on policy issues. Just like self-identified independents, moderates come from all over the ideological space, including moderates who identify as independent. Look at their ideological map. More market-oriented, more anti-immigration, more pro-immigration. These are the moderates. Do you think that being pro-immigration or being anti-immigration puts you firmly in the moderate camp? What I've recognized in the United States of America, partially a consequence of our duopoly, partially a consequence of the Electoral College that makes it seem like your vote doesn't matter, is that there aren't like regime defenders. Okay? In other countries, whether it's like nationalist sentiment, whether it's socialist sentiment, you have like people who defend regimes. You have people who defend parties. Okay? You have party loyalists. Americans don't necessarily have it as much. While they do still vote along party lines, they still fancy themselves to be independents. They still fancy themselves to be moderates. This does not mean that they do not have any sort of ideological predisposition. Okay? Anyway, undecided voters are all over the ideological map. That makes more sense. But yeah, the middle of the middle. The ideological position of eligible voters who are identified as moderate, independent, and said they were undecided in the voter study group survey. Should Biden go dark branded in his last few months and sign executive orders one after another? What's stopping him? He literally has nothing to lose. I don't think he would do that in a good way. I think he would most likely do that in a bad way if he were to do it. He'd be like, he'd be signing an executive order that will never recognize like Palestine's existence or some shit. They are far more economically left-wing, which is why the idea that they need to move right is just silly, period. Well, one good thing that I can point to in terms of what Central Committee, Michael from Pennsylvania, is saying is that it seems like even the center-right and establishment Democrats, at least those surrounding Biden, recognize that reality, which is why they never fucking tried to pull to the middle. Even in the final moments of desperation, when it seemed like his campaign was falling apart due to the fact that everyone recognized that he was old, he was still going out there and being like, oh, we're going to do rent caps. $55. Rent caps at $55. That's right, for everybody. Like, he did not push center at all. He did not go right at all. He just stayed on message. That to me shows that at least some of the Democratic Party's analysts now recognize that reality that like left-wing economic populism is not, it doesn't have that fucking stink on it that the Democrats previously thought it did. They did do that with immigration, which is stupid, but that's because they are not testing a counter narrative and what that would look like if there was a counter narrative on immigration. Damn, girl. Chill. You're fucking eating that shit so hard. Sneezing and coughing over here. The Pod Save Bros, Dan Pfeiffer was making the point today that young people they lost weren't necessarily progressive and they should tack to the center to get them back. Yeah, dude, young people want reasonable, focus-tested tax policies, famously. That's why the most popular candidate ever for young people was an 82-year-old man who called himself a socialist. JD Vance ridiculed for accidentally revealing explicit dolphin-based search history. Dan Pfeiffer is wrong on that front. Anyway, so this is JD Vance trying to address the childless cat lady's remark and calls out anti-family Democrats. But before we get to that, I must remind you of last night's Harry Enton moment, okay? Do I have that here? Does anyone have that on the docket? I'm not going to watch Slavoj Žižek. Oh, wait, hold on. We'll get to this. We'll get to the Olympic fits in a little bit. Didn't you QRT it? I did QRT it. You're right. I should just pull that up. So, here. Let's talk about Jedediah John Don Vance, okay? A historically bad pick. Like, genuinely generational talent in just like sucking, okay? Sucking fucking couches, maybe dolphins, it seems, but also just absolutely being a pathetic figure that even people that know him best despise. Let's take a look.
He does worse in his home region at minus 16 points than he does in the average of all polls, which is a minus 5-point net favorability rating. So the people who know him best, the region that knows him best, they like him even less then America likes him. And of course, as you pointed out, again in that kind intro, is he is historically unpopular for a VP nominee coming out of his first convention as the VP nominee.
All right, so let's specifically look at some former Republican presidential candidates. What do you see?
Yeah, you know, you mentioned Sarah Palin. How about Dan Quayle as well? These are two folks who I think most people remember as not being particularly popular. The amazing thing was coming out of their conventions, they actually were pretty popular. Quayle with a plus 15-point net favorability rating. Sarah Palin with a plus 26-point net favorability rating. Again, Vance at minus 5 points is just off the charts and falling off the chart in the wrong direction. Not up above the chart, but down below the chart.
I mean, that's like, once again, vindication for the Bergamaniacs. That's number one. Number two, Bergamaniacs, we could have had it all. Okay, we could have had it all. But number two, this is what happens when you listen to Donald Trump Jr. on who should be your vice presidential candidate. And last but not least, this is what happens when you go for a guy who is a, so far, one-term senator in Ohio, a state that you already won by 8 points, who literally won his senatorial seat with a smaller margin than you did, as in he's less popular than you in this already red state. And there was another Republican, the governor of Ohio, on that very same ballot that J.D. Vance was on, that outperformed J.D. Vance by like 20 fucking points. That is insane. Mike DeWine, who is obviously like a little bit more moderate on a lot of issues that matter to Ohioans, and that happens. You got like, you know, you'll have like sometimes a red governor in a red state that is not as red in his policies, that picks up a lot of votes from even Democrats and stuff. But like Mike DeWine was outperforming Jedediah Vance by fucking 20 points, dude. That is insane that you did this. Like, it just makes no sense.
Are you a racist?
How could you not want this guy as your VP? This is what he ran on.
Are you a racist? Do you hate Mexicans? The media calls us racist for wanting to build Trump's wall. They censor us, but it doesn't change the truth. Joe Biden's open border is killing Ohioans, with more illegal drugs and more Democrat voters pouring into this country. This issue is personal. I nearly lost my mother to the poison coming across our border. No child should grow up an orphan. I'm J.D. Vance, and I approve this message because whatever they call us, we will put America.
I love this on so many fronts, because like he wasn't even orphaned. He's acting like his mother died. Like, no, she didn't die actually. And also, she didn't get the fentanyl from undocumented migrants. Undocumented migrants play no role whatsoever on the trafficking of fentanyl, according to the Department of Homeland Security numbers. 90% of the drugs apprehended over the border are coming in through regular points of entry, and 91% of those apprehensions are conducted on American citizens. That's right. Not like actual card-carrying American citizens, not undocumented migrants at all. J.D. Vance's mother also was a nurse who was stealing prescription opioids from her own patients. So she had nothing to do with undocumented migrants whatsoever. Anyway, now having said that, great campaign ad. I don't know how that guy underperformed the fucking Republican governor by 20 goddamn points. But also, as you guys know, it was partially because Donald Trump, the fucking dumbass, too comfortable thinking he's going to bully an old man who was already like deeply unpopular, listened to his dumbass son, Don Jr. Here is Don Jr. trying to defend the J.D. Vance situation.
Like, there's some of them are like, we don't even want white women. Like, it doesn't, like, we need to check like 3 or 4 boxes so you can end up in like, if you're like, a trans communist, this, that, and the other, like, you too can be the CEO of a Fortune 500 company with no experience whatsoever. He's actually spent real time with them. Like, and he's sort of, I would say he's the blue collar billionaire. And 15 years ago when I said it, people used to.
Dude, just show this over and over again. Show this in Ohio and Trump will turn Ohio fucking blue, okay? Like, ain't nobody is looking at this and going, yeah, no, this is a winning ticket. Like, no Riz. When I say they're weird, this is what I mean, bro. They are fucking gross. They are so gross that it's getting to a point where even other equally gross voters are like, oh, God, I don't want to be associated with that.
Shit all over me. Like, what are you talking about? I'm like, you don't understand. And now they understand. What the borders are, wrote the article. It wasn't even like it was the same publication. It was the same journalist. I'm like, this you? Like, to literally save democracy, because it's literally at risk, JD. That's why I keep hearing notion that, democracy is all things, but if the elite, meaning, Barack Obama, the Clintons, a couple billionaire donors be like, okay, this isn't working. We're going to take everything we gave you. We didn't give you any other options. We threw, RFK off the ticket. Yep. We basically tried to push anyone else from happening. So we gave you your only choice. You actually then chose that person. And now America is not there. Now they're pretending, no, she's a moderate. They did the same thing with Joe Biden. He's going to be so moderate. He's so moderate. Look, he's moderate. Yeah. The policies were not. I hate to say it, but literally, but it's like me, a couple other people that we're friends with that are like, hey guys, here are the facts, but you're not going to get that. Honestly, you may not get that on.
Yeah, they're besties. They love each other. You could tell, bro. Look at them. They're having so much fun together. Not a care in the world. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
Seems like it should be illegal.
I'm reasonably fast. If you see me on Twitter, I'll get out a mean tweet in seconds. Right.
No, I'll get out a meme tweet in seconds, dude. Sick. Yeah. No, that's what like a guy with an HVAC business is thinking about. Is like, I know I make jokes a lot, but like, dude, think about it. Think about like an average American Republican, okay? Like maybe a lot of you are probably living in blue states, so you see exactly this type of Republican because deep blue districts, Republicans are exactly like this, the Groyper Republicans. But just like try to imagine, I don't know, try to imagine like your friend's dad or some shit who maybe owns like a catering business, right? Like living in Oklahoma. Or a guy who owns a ranch or some shit living in Texas. Like, I don't think that guy looks at this and goes, yeah, this is a winning message. Oh, this guy tweets really fast. I love that. Okay. I love how fast he tweets. Glenn Youngkin, dude, he was right there. He was right there. Fuck it. Burgum was right there. Like, it's just so dumb.
I don't think I'm going through a checkout process 7,000 times or whatever the statistic. It's over and over again. I mean, even if they're journeyman, very average at best at what they're doing, of course, they thought of themselves as the elites, and yet none of these guys are exactly. They all copy everyone. The Marines thing, I'll sit behind a desk for a year or two, after I do all the other things because I want to get into politics. You did it first.
Yeah, dude, like just this coked out rant about fucking tweeting really fast. Sick, man. Yeah, these guys are that's the guy that Trump is listening to.
The Democratic Party ousts President.
Here's John Don talking to fucking Megyn Kelly about the childless cat lady's remark. I gotta pee
Joe
again.
Biden and elevates Vice President Kamala Harris to the top of its ticket without a single vote having been cast for her in that role. In just a matter of hours, the media suddenly turning all of its focus seemingly to Senator J.D. Vance, Trump's running mate. Donald Trump's number two coming under intense criticism for comments he made 3 years ago about, quote, childless cat ladies, because this is what Americans who can't pay their mortgages care about. Senator Vance is here to respond to this controversy, but first we want to start by walking you through how it all began. Going back now to July 2021, Mr. Vance had just launched his campaign for senator in the great state of Ohio, and he gave a speech to a conservative organization called the Intercollegiate Studies Institute. This was a speech essentially about declining birth rates, and they're bad, by the way, in the United States. They're at a 17-year low, and they continue to go in the wrong direction, and what it means for the future of this country. Mr. Vance talked about how he wanted to see the Republican Party as a pro-family party. He discussed the importance of children and brought up the fact that many top Democratic leaders don't have any kids, questioning what kind of a message the party as a whole is sending to young Americans. Take a listen.
I want to take aim at the left, specifically the childless left, because I think the rejection of the American family is perhaps the most pernicious and most evil thing that the left has done in this country. Consider all of the next gen of the Democrat Party.
See, they're doing it again, by the way. It's like you're supposed to just say they don't respect family values and then let people make inferences off of that, which can mean anything. It can mean that they don't like gay people. It's like, oh, they want to trans the children. That's all you need to say. They don't care about family values. That is a message that resonates with normal Americans to a certain degree. When you dive into it and get real fucking nerdy with it, and you start talking about like, yeah, they don't care about family values, which when I say that, I mean like you need to strap up every woman that is capable of carrying a pregnancy to term to a baby incubation machine. All of a sudden, you're losing all those people who are like, whoa, 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 I just meant like family values. I thought we were talking about like fuck gay people, or I thought we were talking about, you know, making sure that America had strong traditional values. Like you literally give the fucking game away. It is the exact opposite of the Lee Atwater strategy, the famous Lee Atwater strategy of like, you know, post-civil rights movement, you can't say the N-word anymore. So you say welfare queens, right? Like they forgot that you need the dog whistle. And that's partially on Trump because Trump literally took the dog whistles and just turned them into bullhorns. So these guys think they can get away with it, but their instinct is so nerdy that they have to turn this into like some kind of scientific racism, right? That's the problem. They forgot that you just say they don't care about family values. And then Democrats try to interrogate that. And then you go, why are you asking me these questions? I just mean family values. Like you're supposed to stand on it and just like give a wink and a nod. You don't, yeah, McKinsley Moment is right. He's talking like a goddamn consultant. We need to eliminate redundancies type shit. Not nerdy. Their instinct is liberal. Exactly.
The names are obvious. They're well-known people. Kamala Harris, Mayor Pete Buttigieg, who's now the Secretary of Transportation, Cory Booker, AOC. Think all these people. They're different. They come from different walks of life, different parts of the country. What is the one thing that unites every single one of them? Not a single one of them has any children. Look, a lot of people are unable to have kids for very complicated and important reasons. There are people, of course, for biological reasons, medical reasons, that can't have children. The target of these remarks is not them. It's important to point that out. It is one thing to recognize that there are people who don't have children. It's one thing to recognize that there are people who don't have children through no fault or choice of their own. But it's something else to build a political movement invested theoretically in the future of this country when not a single one of them actually has any physical commitment to the future of this country. Kids are the ultimate way that we find healthy people, at least I think, self-meaning in life. We should treat this as a crisis in this country. And we should send the signal to the culture that we are the pro-family party and we're going to back it up with real policy.
Oh, you know what's crazy? I don't know about Megyn Kelly, but you know who has foster children and no children, no biological children of her own? Laura Ingraham. Like, that's how close to the chest this shit is. Okay? There are so many Americans There are so many Americans who are foster parents, so many Americans who are step parents, so many Americans who don't have biological children of their own. And this kind of argumentation just weirdly causes people like even Laura Ingraham to catch a stray. This is not Laura Ingraham. This is Megyn Kelly. Okay. Just letting you know, don't mix up your blonde Republican commentators. Okay.
Now, because Mr. Vance named names in his speech, it caused some headlines at the time, mainly because Vice President Harris is not a mother of her own biological children, but she's a stepmother. At the same time, Secretary Buttigieg did not have any children, but about a month later, he adopted twin babies. So a few days after those remarks, back in 2021, Mr. Vance went on Tucker Carlson's show on Fox to address some of the blowback, and that's when he made the comments about the childless cat ladies. Watch.
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made. And so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too. And it's just a basic fact. You look at Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, AOC, the entire future of the Democrats is controlled by people without children.
Well, the Harris team recirculated the comments this week, leading Democrats and the media, the same media, currently rewriting.
When I get when I get mad at rad libs for leaning into the cartoonish depiction of liberalism and the way that Republicans try to portray the entirety of the left as hysterical, emotional, and incredibly moralistic woke scolds. There's no reason to fucking lean into that message and become that thing that people try to portray you as. This is the Republican version of that. Okay? Democrats, not usually, but at least as a whole, broadly, try to portray Republicans as these bloodless sociopathic weirdos who are trying to do Handmaid's Tale. Handmaid's Tale is basically the most common meta, right? Whenever talking about the Republican Party, especially post Roe v. Wade. Or Handmaid's Tale, not Handmaiden. I don't know what the fuck it's called. I didn't watch it. Okay? Why would you literally voluntarily put yourself out there, okay, and be like, no, I do want to do Handmaid's Tale? It's a book, it's okay, it's a book, it's a TV show. I didn't watch either. I didn't read it. Shut up. My point is, in popular culture, Democrats will always post those fucking images to be like, this is what the future Republicans want. It's ironic that J.D. Vance was like, no, that is the future that we want, and here's how we get there. That's so stupid. What a stupid thing to do. What an objectively dumb thing to do. Why would you voluntarily posture from an objectively unpopular position that your opponent is constantly trying to portray you as?
Writing history to tell us Kamala Harris was never the border czar, to immediately pile on cue. On Tuesday, Hillary Clinton shared it on X and sarcastically wrote, "What a normal, relatable guy who certainly doesn't hate women having freedoms. Literally, your husband has been accused of repeated sexual assaults, so take a seat, madam." On Wednesday, actress Jennifer Aniston weighed in, writing, "I truly can't believe this is coming from a potential VP of the United States," and urged Senator Vance to think about his own daughter, hoping that she might never need IVF, which she accused Mr. Vance of being against, which, as we pointed out yesterday, is not true. And it did not end there. Watch.
How dare you? You never...
Wait, am I crazy, or didn't Megyn Kelly literally leave Fox because of sexual assault and routine harassment? Am I crazy, or is that one of the other. Wait, what? Yeah. The new film Bombshell, which has recently snagged 2 Golden Globe and 4 SAG Awards nominations, tells the true story of the sexual harassment scandal that took down Roger Ailes, the head of Fox News and a kingmaker in the Republican Party. Ailes was an imposing personality. 2016 sexual harassment lawsuit brought against Ailes by former journalist Gretchen Carlson kickstarted an internal investigation at the news network and eventually a wave of sexual harassment claims against Ailes. Megyn Kelly, at the time the rising star of the network, was among the women to report experiencing harassment at the hands of the network in total. In total, more than 20 women accused Ailes, and he was forced to resign from his position in July that year. He died later at 77, a year later. Why is that a no? She wasn't saying sexual assault is good or something? No, she's literally talking about, she's personally talking about defending the Republican Party on women's rights issues. What do you mean? You think that this is not contextually important? Do you think that this is not do you think that this doesn't play a role? You think that if you're running around defending the Republican Party specifically on the issue of women's reproductive rights or any kind of women's rights issues, if you're trying to defend the Republican position, okay, telling a woman to shut the fuck up about JD Vance because of her husband, okay, I hate Hillary Clinton too, but she literally told Hillary Clinton to shut up. Yeah, shut up and dribble because of her husband. And she's like, that's kind of a weird position to land on, considering that you literally left Fox News because you were, a victim to sexual harassment. Don't you think that that's important to bring up in this situation?
Never had a baby. Your wife.
It's weird to run cover for the ideology that has personally harmed you.
Wife had a baby. You know who else didn't have kids? George Washington, the father of our nation. Kamala, he raised Martha's children.
Because they invalidate even the idea of women who use IVF to get pregnant, or women who don't have children, or women who are stepmoms. None of those are valid women to them. Those women don't matter. They're trying to reinforce this message that the only valid version of America is the America where white women didn't leave the home.
My kids are older. Does that make me childless? I want to qualify.
He is falling into the line of Donald Trump, offending women, offending minorities.
So if you have stepkids, J.D. Vance is saying that you should not have as many rights as everybody else. This is a person, him and the former president, they want to control women. Jesus did not have children, right?
Joining me now, GOP vice presidential candidate, J.D. Vance. J.D., Senator, welcome back to the show. It's great to see you.
Good to see you, Megyn. Thank you.
So Jesus didn't have kids. Therefore, you are wrong. What were you trying to say?
I guess they're comparing Kamala Harris to Jesus. I don't know. That doesn't make a ton of sense to me, Megyn. But look, I know the media wants to attack me and wants me to back down on this, Megyn. But the simple point that I made is that having children, becoming a father, becoming a mother, I really do think it changes your perspective in a pretty profound way. This is something, of course, we've recognized for hundreds of years in this country, that human civilization has always recognized. But there's a deeper point here, Megyn. It's not a criticism of people who don't have children. I explicitly said in my remarks, despite the fact the media has lied about this, that this is not about criticizing people who, for various reasons, didn't have kids. This is about criticizing the Democratic Party for becoming anti-family and anti-child. We have to ask ourselves, Megyn, why do we have masking of toddlers years after the pandemic ended? Why do we have the Harris campaign coming out this very morning, Megyn?
Yeah, no, this is good narrative, man. Yeah, no, let's talk about a policy issue that was at the forefront of the Republican agenda in fucking 2020, dude. It's 2024, man. What child is being forcibly masked? Like, being anti-masking in 2024 is a wild position. Demonstrating the best instincts, personally. I think demonstrating the best possible campaigning strategy here.
And saying that we should not have the child tax credit, which lowers tax rates for parents of young children. It's because they have become anti-family and anti-kid. And I'm proud to stand up for parents, and I hope that parents out there recognize that I'm a guy who wants to fight for you. I want to fight for your interests.
Yeah, no, that's definitely how you came across as. Also, wait, is he saying he's pro-child tax credits? Wait, what?
Has lied about this, that this is not about criticizing people who for various reasons didn't have kids. This is about criticizing the Democratic Party for becoming anti-family and anti-child. We have to ask ourselves, Megyn, why do we have masking of toddlers years after the pandemic ended? Why do we have the Harris campaign coming out this very morning, Megyn, and saying that we should not have the child tax credit, which
Wait, what? Wait, why is he saying that the Democratic Party is that even true? Wait, what? That's just a genuine lie, right? What the fuck? Yeah, Axios on Harris's agenda: $2 trillion for universal pre-K education, elderly care, and child care improvements. Wants to raise the corporate tax rate. Revival of child tax credit expansion, based on our efforts in the administration and the Senate. And the guy who's saying that right now has said two different things. One, I believe he voted against it. And two, not only did he fucking vote against it, if I'm not mistaken, I got to look it up. Hold on. The expansion of child tax credits. But also he has literally said things such as like universal pre-K is weird. Like, that's just like universal pre-K is like a bad idea. And it's like, yeah, here it is. Good news. Child tax credit bill is headed to the Senate. While POTUS and I continue to fight for the full expanded child tax credit, this bill should be passed quickly. President Biden is ready to sign it into law. That was in February. Okay. Like, that would be very odd if she is against child tax credits when she's advocated for it. The Harris campaign came out against taxes for Americans with children. Remember this in November? Is this like the new meta? Is that the new meta? Is just like to lie about it or something and to be like, no, we like the child tax credits? Wait, that's sick. The new meta is just like making shit up? I mean, I'm with it because this means that they are on board with the child tax credit. I mean, it's not the new meta, it's the old meta, but like making stuff up like this, chat, this literally is like saying the Democratic Party just came out with further restrictions on abortion. Hello? This is literally like, this is not something you can lie about in this regard. You can't lie about this because it's just like like the media will pick this up and immediately be like, this is the dumbest thing that they could have ever said. And it also makes them seem like they're on board with the expansion of child tax credits, which as far as a policy prescription goes, is a Democratic Party policy that the Republicans voted against. Yeah, just the easiest solution in this circumstance. It's an article framing poorly from Daily Caller. Harris campaign staffer appears to come out against child tax credit. This is what they're running on? A high-ranking Harris campaign staffer called giving people with children a tax break vile on social media. Wait, what? J.D. Vance's attacks on childless Americans is vile. He called for higher taxes on those without children. That's what they're trying to fucking frame this? That's it? That's what this is? Oh, they're fucking they're awesome. They're awesome. This is amazing. Hey guys, on life support, Senate Republicans are prepared to sink the child tax credit bill. A $78 billion package of tax breaks for families and businesses passed in the House with an overwhelming bipartisan vote. But key GOP senators demand big changes or else. And if I'm not mistaken, one of those senators was Vance. No? Wasn't JD Vance one of the people? Or maybe he was, he supports it per roll call. Okay, never mind. GOP vice presidential pick has diverse record on tax spending according to roll call. Mass mandate, diversity initiatives, campus protests, tax bills. Okay, 3 tax bills, impose higher taxes on college, university endowments, tax legislation. Vance also co-sponsored a bill introduced, would disqualify auto manufacturers. Co-sponsored a measure with White House that would eliminate the ability for shareholders to delay. Vance also supported traditional business-friendly Maggie Hasan, restore full upfront deductions and find in investments and R&D. Where's the child tax credit?
Further ado, joining us now, Marine.
Vance among the growing group of Republicans who support expanding the child tax credit, which provides money to low and middle. Okay, I was wrong. He did not. He didn't do that poison pill shit. After Trump expanded the child tax credit, the passage of Tax Cuts and Jobs Act 2017, families are now eligible for up to $2,000. In 2021, he tweeted his support for a proposal that would give $12,000 tax credit to married parents who have children under the age of 13. Married parents. A lot of good ideas out there on how to directly help parents. Instead of giving them only one option, this is a good one he wrote. The Maggie Hasan part at the bottom of the article. Hasan's bill incorporated $79 billion tax package negotiated by Ron Wyden, House Ways and Means Chairman Jason Smith, who grew up in a poor family receiving government assistance, spoken positively about the elements of the Wyden-Smith bill, which includes an expansion of child tax credits for low-income households. The bill faces opposition from Senate Republican leaders who believe it would reduce incentives to work. Yeah. This is such a wild fucking way to swing. And it's such a dumb way because it's literally on the Republican Party that this didn't pass. So for him to turn around and be like, oh, it's the Democrats that don't actually want this is so funny. I don't think it'll work. Like, there's no way the media would let, especially because the blood is in the water and there's a feeding frenzy going on with respect to JD Vance's unimaginably unpopular positions and his underwater approval rating. I think that that there will be an immediate fucking backlash to this kind of thing. I don't think that they let this go. Underwater, like his position on fucking dolphins? Yes. I think it's only right the mainstream media start heavily reporting on the factual fucking of couches. more of these. CDC being a reduction in taxes for those with children versus increasing taxes on those without children are two different things. He's only supported the latter. Yeah, I don't think that JD Vance wants an expansion of child tax credits. I think he wants to tax people without children more, which, by the way, here's his take on the matter. This is pretty funny, trying to play fast and loose with this, by the way, because it has even left people like Barstool's very own El Presidente to go, what the fuck are you saying?
Simple, and I'll go back to something I said earlier about we need to reward the things that we think are good and punish the things that we think are bad. So you talk about tax policy. Let's tax the things that are bad and not tax the things that are good. If you're making $100,000, $400,000 a year, and you've got 3 kids, you should pay a different, lower tax rate than if you're making the same amount of money and you don't have any kids. It's that simple.
I totally agree.
Yeah,
go back to something I said earlier about you tax the things that are here.
This is fucking idiotic. You want me to pay more taxes to take care of other people's kids? We sure this dude is a Republican? Sounds like a moron. If you can't afford a big family, don't have a ton of kids. Now, obviously, this is a very reactionary way to look at what JD Vance is saying, but fuck it, I'll allow it. Americans are so goddamn brain broken in terms of like additional taxes. But like trying to do it, okay, guys, chill out. Trying to advocate JD Vance's attacks on childless Americans is even vile. He called for higher taxes on those without children. This is exactly like the child tax credit, JD Vance. Actually, you get less money if you're a single parent. Also, Vance opposed the American Rescue Plan, which expanded the child tax credit. Yeah. He voiced support for the Missouri Senator Josh Hawley's 2021 plan to expand the child tax credit, which included a marriage bonus and catered to 2-parent single-income households. Millions of working people want to start a family and would like to care for their children at home, but current policies do not respect these preferences, Hawley said when the bill was introduced. Also, I don't know if you guys know this, but childless Americans already pay higher taxes than Americans with children. You want to know why? Because you don't have fucking dependents. So what he's talking about is like literally trying to just simply fucking tax people without children even more than that, exclusively to, I guess, like in his mind, he thinks that this will create a structure where people literally people will get married more. Yeah. The child tax credit without any sort of additional qualifiers simply just cuts child poverty in America by half, which it did, by the way. Harris said at a political event in North Carolina last week, this was real. This was a real thing. It was ridiculous that it didn't they didn't expand on it or didn't continue it or couldn't continue on it, partially because of the Republican Party. Biden's fiscal year 2025 budget aimed to restore the 2021 child tax credit increase, and House lawmakers in January passed the bipartisan tax package, which included a child tax credit expansion. However, the bill's been stuck in Senate. The enhanced tax break is a huge priority for Democrats, said Garrett Watson, senior policy analyst and modeling manager at Tax Foundation. Do you think tax credits for children are bad? No. What? No. There's only one way to offer money to Americans, and that's by functionally cutting taxes or offering tax credits. It just sucks that that is the reality. But I never said that. I said the exact opposite. Oh, I thought this guy was going to try to do a 3-minute ad break debate by being like, well, you never said that there will be a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, but there is one unless you subscribe for $5 or for free. That would have been a better opportunity for you, sir, even though you didn't take that opportunity. You know? Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way, everybody. Now, if you want to break from that, you can use a Twitch Prime. It's kind of like a tax credit. Okay? as long as you have an Amazon Prime account that you haven't used on your favorite broadcaster. And you can use it here, or you can get gifted a sub. It's kind of like socialism that way. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. What? Missing the biggest moment of your wife's career because you're busy queening out with WeHo gays, LMAO. Emhoff also told the story about being caught by surprise. Oh my God. Oh my God. When he said he happened to be in Los Angeles with a gay couple, friends of his, after taking a 1-hour soul cycle class with them in West Hollywood. We're out there having coffee, messing around and talking. Messing around. Douglas Emhoff is gay. But that's neither here nor there, okay? So now it's like after the announcement has gone out, my friend's partner said, you need to look at this. And I said, what? What the friend was holding up was Biden's letter to the country announcing he was dropping out. Of course, I didn't have my phone, so I ran and got into our car. And of course, my phone is just on fire. And it's basically call Kamala from everyone. Emhoff said. And of course, the first thing she said was, where the were you? I need you. Where the fuck were you? I need you. Once again, Haas with the buy erasure. True. How aggressive is the sex Paulo, Pelosi, and Doug have? You mean David the Peepee? Why are we pretending like he didn't speak to Kamala to tell her he was dropping out beforehand? Hello? Have you seen Biden? I don't think he told Kamala Harris beforehand that he was dropping out. Like maybe moments before. Maybe literally moments before the tweet was dropped on the timeline. Brother, there was like 8 people in total in the country that knew he was dropping out. He told his staffers the night before that they're full steam ahead, Captain. Okay? New York Times reported he told Kamala that morning. Yeah, see? No, after the letter was released, he was pissed. Yeah. I thought I heard a PSA guy say Biden informed his staff 1 minute prior to posting the tweet. That's what they want you to think? No, I believe that. I 100% believe that. Half of his re-election campaign staff found out from the tweet, brother. You're crazy.
Morning, Rebecca. Vice President Kamala Harris is racing to rally support across the country. With the election now just 100 days away, she is aggressively going after Donald Trump and hitting that campaign trail. Hi. Hey there. This morning, Vice President Kamala Harris getting a major endorsement and revving up her campaign.
We called to say Michelle and I couldn't be prouder.
Okay, we saw all this stuff.
Rallying one of the nation's largest teachers unions in Houston, Texas.
Bro, you can't be rallying one of the largest teachers unions in the nation and then simultaneously go with Josh Shapiro. That's all I'm going to say. Okay? You can't do both. You can't be pro teachers unions, which is phenomenally important, while simultaneously having your VP be a guy who is seeking to abolish teachers unions by pushing for a right-wing bill, a Republican-backed bill What? Oh, this makes sense. Donald walked out on the family when JD was a toddler. When JD was 6, his parents officially divorced after his father left the family a few years prior. He reflected in Hillbilly Elegy how his mother informed him of the divorce by telling him he'd never see his biological father again. It was the saddest I had ever felt, he wrote in his memoir. Of all the things I hated about my childhood, nothing compared to the revolving door of father figures. One of the funniest moments about this is that his dad's name is Donald. That's crazy. Oh my God. His entire worldview is okay. I'm not a firm believer on the idea that like he got panned by critics when the Netflix show came out and that's why he became a Republican. I don't believe that. Okay. That's when he became like a Trump guy. I don't believe that, but I do believe that this is the reason why he's constantly talking about like no fault divorce. Now we fucking know daddy issues is like motivating him to come out and look like an unhinged sociopath every time he talks about women having bodily autonomy as it pertains to both reproductive rights, but also as it pertains to divorce. Maybe life would be different. Maybe life would be different if the government forced his father not to leave. Because, like, here's the thing, right? For him, like, this is like his Israel. You know how, like, Biden... You know how Biden is just like weirdly so pro-Israel out of nowhere, and people constantly tell him like, dude, like dial it back. What the fuck are you doing? Like you're coming across really fucking unhinged on this issue. And he's just like, I'm a Zionist and I've always been a Zionist. JD Vance's Israel is this. What Israel is to Biden, denying women bodily autonomy is to JD Vance. He just has this like unimaginable commitment, despite the fact that it plays really poorly with the broader electorate because of his own personal convictions. I love that. And no, I don't mean like Israel is Joe Biden's daddy, chat. Bro, go look up the name of Kamala's dad right now. Yeah, I know. It's Donald J. Harris. Or Donald J. Sterling Harris? No, Donald J. Harris. I don't know why I always say Donald Sterling. I know Kamala's dad is a Stanford professor, and he is a Marxist economist, as a matter of fact. I always got Donald Sterling in the mind. I don't know why.
We want to ban assault weapons, and they want to ban books.
We choose freedom.
The vice president dropping her first campaign ad featuring Beyonce's song Freedom.
Okay, get to the tax credits, man.
Quickly pitting Trump's words.
We saw this shit already.
If you're making 100...
Wait, oh, we watched this coverage already. Okay, never mind. It just like briefly touches on it in the coverage. I thought there was more. I thought there was a further... further coverage on it. Okay. Oh, Lindsey Graham, that's a really funny one. All right, let's continue with
lowers
this.
tax rates for parents of young children. It's because they have become anti-family and anti-kid. And I'm proud to stand up for parents, and I hope that parents out there recognize that I'm a guy who wants to fight for you. I want to fight for your interests. I want to fight for your stake in the country, and that is what this is fundamentally about. The Democrats in the past 5-10 years, Megyn, they have become anti-family. It's built into their policy. It's built into the way they talk about parents and children, and it's time that we called that out. I don't think we should back down from it, Megyn. I think we should be honest about the problem.
Here's what's crazy. it's not just Senator J.D. Vance, Republican and running mate to Donald Trump, saying that.
That's awesome. He's doubling down on it. That's great, man. He's doubling. He's like, every time I say family values, understand that I think women should be cows that are bred. I need you guys to associate. What is like a commonplace Republican position with a policy position that you definitely think is weird and gross. Let's be honest, though. A good policy would be to offer tax incentives to people with kids. Just don't penalize people for not having kids. Wow. If only there was that exact same policy. Maybe like I'm thinking like a child tax credit. Like that. I feel like that would gut childhood poverty by half. If only there was a bipartisan tax bill that passed through the House of Representatives that was being held up in the Senate by the Republican Party that did just that. That's kind of what we've been talking about. Chatter, you might have came in late, but that is what the Democratic Party is actively running on. and JD Vance here is just being like, Kamala Harris doesn't want this thing that she keeps putting at the forefront of her campaign message for the past fucking 70 hours that she's been campaigning.
Just recently, there was a long piece, June 10th, 2024, in the New York Times, and another one in the New Yorker, highlighting a book that's called What Are Children For? On Ambivalence and Choice, in which the authors, leftists, liberals, got deep into this very problem and chastised their own side for the reluctance to have children and the messaging to young women about priorities. It's not just a Republican thing. The honest liberals will admit themselves that somehow the Democrats are running away from family as one of their previous old core values. I'll just give you a couple of excerpts from the New York Times piece by these two authors, Anastasia Berg and Rachel Wiseman. Again, this was a month ago. They write, for progressives, waiting to have children has become a kind of ethical imperative. They go on to say, the success narratives of modern liberal life leave little room for having a family. They say this is not just a recipe for unhappiness. It also reflects a deep confusion. And they go on to write as follows. The question of children ultimately transcends politics. In deciding whether to have them, we confront a philosophical challenge. Is life, however imperfect and however challenging, however fraught with political disagreement and disaster, worth living? So this is not, and I could go on. I mean, the New Yorker piece had the similar point. We've seen it from AOC. We've seen it from the hardcore environmentalists on the left in particular, urging people not to have children because they don't see a future for the country or the world.
Yeah, Megyn, and I think it's profoundly weird and dangerous rhetoric. As you know, I think most parents would say professional achievements, whether you're a mom or a dad, all that stuff eventually fades away. The thing that you're most proud of is having kids, what your kids do, the relationship that you have with your family. That is what I think brings the most meaning to life, is family, not all these weird little accomplishments and degrees and everything else, right? It's family that really brings the most meaning to our lives. And Megyn, this comment that I made was actually motivated in part by a conversation I had with my wife, where, you know, she at the time had 2 babies. We hadn't yet had a third. And she was talking about how she felt this incredible professional pressure to not have kids because it set back her professional advancement. And what a weird society that we've set up, where moms who want to work, the thought that a lot of them are having is, I can't have more babies because it's going to be bad for my career. How about we make the workplace more accommodating to working moms and working dads so that we can promote a real culture of life? You started your monologue, Megyn, talking about how we have the lowest birth rate and basically in our history in this country. What our young moms and dads are telling us is they don't feel comfortable in this society bringing new life into the world. That is a catastrophe.
Hi, I'm new here. Are a Democrat or Republican? You mean this guy? You'd think the way he's talking about this issue, you'd think like he might literally be a liberal, right? Except he has all of the worst liberal instincts in terms of like, one, recognizing the underlying problems, but then simultaneously approaching it with the most technocratic solution that is also weirdly right-wing. Okay? I think chatter means you. Oh, I'm neither.
Catastrophic problem. And it's interesting when I raise this issue about we don't have enough babies, a lot of liberals and a lot of people on the left will say, well, we can just replace American children with immigrants.
That's not what people are saying at all. It's because it's far too costly to have children. People just can't do it because surviving on a single income household, surviving as a single income household is almost impossible. Okay, that's number one. And number two, like the child tax credit that the Republican Party, his party, tried to ether, is literally addressing that to a certain degree. What's crazy about this is this is where Joe Biden and the Democratic Party should be talking about the hypocrisy. Okay? Like, this is a gift to the Democrats. Okay? This is a perfect gift wrapped. This is a gift to the Democratic Party. Just run this over and over again and be like, this dumbass keeps fucking saying that it's the liberals that want to stop child tax credits. We're running on child tax credits. We have a bill that the Democratic president wants to sign into law that expands child tax credits. We know it's unaffordable to be a parent in this country. We want to fix that fucking problem. And the Republican Party seemingly keeps saying, oh, this will disincentivize workers. This will disincentivize workers. That's what the Republicans in the Senate are saying. That's his caucus. Go take it up with them, dumbass. What do you mean? That's what's so crazy about this. And not only that, but also there's another thing that I want to find here. I don't know if you guys have the, do you have the time when he called like universal pre-K to be like weird? That was a great moment for him as well. Or he was like, oh, that's what elitists want. Oh yeah, here. I found it. He said, he didn't even say it was weird. He said universal child care is an attack on the working poor. Universal child care is a massive subsidy to the lifestyle preferences of the affluent over the preferences of the middle and working class. Using a chart from the National Marriage Project at the University of Virginia, Wilcox actually raised some interesting points about the effects of separation from parents at a young age on the kid's development. The data he cites from American Compass, a conservative think tank, shows that people without a 4-year degree would prefer a situation where one parent works full-time and one parent provides childcare in the home. That's fair and honestly unsurprising as far as the options available in the survey go. I can see how that one is more appealing to many people, especially people whose low-paying jobs, quite frankly, suck. Except the reality is that if they were to adopt child tax credit expansion and also add universal child care in general, okay, why the fuck would the working poor say no to that? It's just not an option for them in that fucking poll that he's using. But the first problem here is that Wilcox isn't just arguing against universal daycare. He's also arguing that Americans without a college degree would rather have direct cash assistance from the government or a wage subsidy that boosts their family's income. That's pretty much exactly what the child tax credit expansion in the American Rescue Plan does. Put cash in the pockets of parents directly every month. It's also an idea every Republican in Congress voted against as part of the full bill. President Joe Biden said in his joint address to Congress on Wednesday that he wants to make that expansion permanent. Vance would prefer a plan like the one from Senator Josh Hawley, offers smaller payments under more constrained conditions as far as policies go as a start, but wouldn't aid nearly as many families on a regular basis as Biden's proposed permanent expansion. So if that's off the table, then how about a wage increase for Americans without a college degree? They make up 78% of minimum wage workers, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And yet, nope, that's off the table too. Biden's proposal to raise the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour, which he touted again Wednesday night, is a non-starter for most Republicans. This is before the Democrats tanked that, by the way, by saying the Senate parliamentarian, when they tried to attach it, to a different bill, the Senate parliamentarian declared it to be a non-starter. And they basically turned around and said, okay, oops, we can't do that. Which is why I was very angry at the Democratic Party at the time, because it was objectively stupid for the Democrats to leave this on the fucking table and not argue on partisan boundaries, but allow the Democratic Party itself to get cooked by bullshit Senate parliamentarian appointed positions. The Heritage Foundation also argued that raising the minimum wage to $15 would come with the corresponding spike in child care costs across the country. So they don't want to fix the problem, is what I mean. Tax credits, to some extent, social safety nets don't raise fertility rates. There are many examples from the EU. Brother, what are you talking about? Who gives a fucking shit about raising the fertility rates? What kind of nonsense is this? The American fertility rates are high specifically as a consequence of immigration. That's it. Yes, more developed nations have less children. Why are you fucking talking about the necessity to increase the fucking fertility rates? What? The irony of people talking about the increase or the necessity to raise fertility rates is that it almost always comes from motherfuckers who will never raise the fertility rate on their own because they're not getting pussy, okay? Worry about your own damn fertility rate, dog. You ain't getting no pussy with this kind of fucking incel attitude, okay? How about you worry about your own shit? It's always the chinless motherfuckers talking about the fertility rate and how it must be increased. It's like, bro, go to the fucking gym. Stop reading these fucking right-wing blogs and shit, okay? Stop participating in 4chan poll discourse, and then maybe you can fucking raise the fertility rate on your own. Do your goddamn part. What are we talking about, man? It's a U curve, by the way. The highest income earners have higher fertility rates than middle class. Yeah, like Elon. Or Nick Cannon. That chatter is wrong. Scandies have higher fertility rates because they get more benefits. I mean, Donald Trump said, I'm going to come. And Kamala said, do not come. Make up your own thoughts and their positions on the future of America. True. Okay, you got him. You got me there. I have no answer for this. You are right. Donald Trump said, I'm going to come. And Kamala Harris said, do not come. Anyway, ultimately, I don't think the average American is thinking about having children as like increasing the birth rates of white people, okay? Like, I don't think that they're predisposed with that sort of thing. I think they're thinking about it like, you know, they want to have kids. They just want to have kids. That's understandable desire. And it's just simply too unaffordable. Like, childcare is too costly. They don't have enough time, right? So any kind of improvement on that front will probably open up more venues for people to have kids. That's it. The notion that like people are like, oh no, I have to have children because we need to breed out these immigrants or whatever is not a real issue that like even the most racist white American is thinking about, unless they're like straight up in the Klan or something, okay? Like there's levels to this shit, which is what I try to explain to people all the time. There's levels to it, okay? Like no one is that ideologically committed to white supremacy that openly, unless they're like Elon Musk or a Klansman, okay? The average racist living in a red state is not thinking about it on those terms. It's very stupid to make it seem like the average racist American is thinking about it on those terms. Dude, what is going on with this today? I know this is like a meta. I guess it's a meta on Twitch or something. Everyone keeps going, who rated? Is this a new thing? What's happening? I'm too much of a boomer to understand what's happening here. It's a juicer. You missed the drama. What is it? It's trending on Twitter because someone found a clip of you getting mad at it once. Wait, it is? I'm getting baited? I don't even know. When you had 10K viewers, someone asked who rated and you banned him? That's it? That's what they're trying to make fucking drama out of? That's funny. All right, let's continue with JD Vance.
Well, look, there's nothing against immigrants.
Bro, these motherfuckers are flailing like the Republican Party, okay? They're flailing like the Republican Party. They're like, oh yeah, let's bring attention. Let's bring attention to something that is like objectively untrue, especially at this moment. You know what I mean? Come back in like a couple months if people are just no longer invested, or come back after the election. You know what I mean? Try again.
Obviously, I'm married to the daughter of immigrants, but if your society is not having enough children to replace itself, that is a profoundly dangerous and destabilizing thing. You look across history, that's a real problem. So I just think that we have to say, Megyn, having kids is good. Being a parent changes your perspective on the world. That is not a bad thing to stand up for parents. In fact, it's the best thing. If our politics isn't standing up for parents, then what the hell are we doing, Megyn?
All right, I'm giving you the New Yorker. Again, this is the first was from the New York Times. Here's the New Yorker, How Liberals Talk About Children by Jay Caspian Kang. This is from June. This is a month ago. And it ends with the following. He talks about how, this person, Jay, talks about how the messaging from leftists around children is all about their economic value, how much they're going to cost, what kind of a burden they're going to be, as opposed to the goodness they bring into the world and our lives.
Oh my God, they're so dumb. Oh my God, that's awesome. That's literally, yes, dude. That is a significant hurdle for average people. What is this like spiritual, holistic attitude, bro? That's the whole point. What do you mean? Wow, I can't believe leftists are talking about the material realities that basically make it impossible to have children if you want to have children, even if you want to have children. Wow. I can't believe that leftists are talking about the economy instead of how sick it would be to nut inside of your wife and just leave it at that.
Lives. And the piece ends as follows. We should talk about them as a universal and immutable good. So that's exactly what you did in those remarks, JD, and I understood it completely. And I think even the left, if they're honest, understand.
Motherfuckers are perma renters with like 8 roommates, okay? Trying to make ends meet and still barely making a bag. When the weekend comes around, maybe you're using like the little bit of disposable income you have to go out and like feel like a human being again. And these guys are out here being like, why don't you just raise your children on good vibes? How does that work? Does everyone have a Sirius XM contract? How the fuck are Americans gonna make that work? Like, this makes no damn sense. Hey, what's up? I'm going to have a child and I'm going to feed that child with good vibes and good vibes only because it fills my heart with joy to have children. Which is precisely why you should have a child and then fucking become homeless and then figure it out afterwards. That's probably good.
Understands that piece of it. Do you think America?
Anyway, that's fire.
Now the Vice President Kamala Harris.
That's fire. But yeah, JD Vance also, I feel like I missed this part, but didn't JD Vance in that interview tell Megyn Kelly? I guess I like didn't hear that part. Megyn Kelly on childless cat ladies. Obviously, it was a sarcastic comment. I've got nothing against cats. People are focusing so much on the sarcasm and not on the substance. And the substance of what I said, Megyn, I'm sorry, it is true. Doubling down on this theory that childless women are ruining the country while also looking like a gutless flip-flopper by semi-apologizing and also driving more attention to the entire controversy by addressing it. You are watching a master at work, says Edinger Bentham. Okay. There's more I want to mention on this front. Hold on. Where is it? There was another thing that I wanted to talk about, which was, I believe this like the JD Vance take on like taxing those who don't have children more, which they already do get taxed more because they don't have dependents, is so unimaginably stupid. Okay. So unimaginably stupid. Why? Because it's like 30% of the fucking eligible voter base that you are saying you want to tax more as a Republican. Like, that's why obviously motherfuckers like Dave Portnoy are gonna be like, what are you saying, dude? Like, as a Republican, you're saying 30% of the voter eligible public could suck shit and get taxed even more than they already do when they already get taxed higher as a consequence of not having dependents. What a stupid idea. How is this man not vetted at all? Anyway, this is also some interesting news. The results are significant coming out of Detroit News, a new poll. In January, the same pollster had Trump leading Biden by 8 points in Michigan, 47 to 39%. The new Michigan poll shows Trump at 41, Harris at 41, and Kennedy at 10. Entirely new race. Trump lost a decent amount. Harris gained a marginal amount, but still an amount nonetheless. And of course, RFK coming in hot with that 10%. Wall Street Journal poll has Harris up in the full field. Trump up 49 to 47 in a two-way, but Harris up 45 to 44 in the full field. Their last poll had Trump up 48 over 42. That's wild. How do I convince my mom not to vote for RFK Jr.? I mean, it's pretty simple. If you're voting for RFK Jr. over regular run-of-the-mill Democrat, insert whoever the Democratic ticket is, you probably are doing so because you just have like kind of kooky ideas about medication. And no, I don't mean just vaccines. I mean like in general medication, right? Medicine, modern medicine to be exact. Because like that's the major difference that RFK Jr. has from the regular run-of-the-mill Democrat. I mean, he's also like an objectively weird dude, but that's the most significant difference is that like he's a conspiracy guy with brainworms. Literally, I mean that literally. I don't mean that as a figurative term of speech. I mean literally he had brainworms and also is anti-modern medicine. So like everything beyond that, he is a regular run-of-the-mill Democrat, down to like the unconditional support for Israel. Like he just basically hits he basically gets the conspiracy crank vote while simultaneously being a Democrat, which is part of the reason why I think he takes away a lot more votes than Donald Trump than he does from the Democratic Party. So I don't know. I feel like it's going to be difficult to move your parents away from voting for RFK because like those are just the cranks. And when there is like a crank meter, when there's a crank magnet like RFK on a ticket as an independent, cranks love that shit. They think that they're making like a brave anti-establishment choice. Anyway, let's finish off this JD Vance thing with a couple different notes that I wanted to hit.
The fact is, he is historically unpopular,
Like
even more
this,
so than VP
while I
nominees,
pee.
who, of course, went on to infamy, at least in
Well, I
terms
mean,
of
right.
their
So you look
candidacy.
at what happened to those two, and they plunged. Some may say, well, maybe there's nowhere to go but up for Vance, but in margins, that's not true. It can get worse.
It
and
can
worse.
get
They
definitely
just don't know
worse.
which way it will go. All right. So when this comes to the broader country, you talked about how the area that knows him best right now on the favorability likes him least, but undecided voters. That's what this is about. There are more of them than a lot of people care to admit.
Yeah.
And prior to the seismic shift in the race, many of them may have gone for Trump.
Could have.
Now, who knows what they're going to do? How does Vance play there?
He doesn't play well with them at all. His favorable rating is just 5%. Just 5% hold a favorable rating. 29% hold an unfavorable rating. That makes a net favorability rating of minus 24 points. That's worse than his net favorability ratings overall. The fact is, if undecided voters are going to make up their mind based upon J.D. Vance, they're going to make it and make the choice for Kamala Harris.
5% favorable?
5% favorable.
Ever heard of anything like that?
I really haven't. There's still a lot of folks who are undetermined on him, but that 5% is not something I think is going to go on his wall of fame.
All right. Harry.
Feeling abandoned? That's exactly how JD Vance felt when his dad Donald left when he was 6 years old and his mother told him that he would never see his biological father ever again. That's right. I hope you now understand why he's such a staunch advocate for making sure that women cannot ever have a no-fault divorce. That's all I'm going to say. That's also part of the reason why he looked for a new Donald, a new father figure. Okay? Givers, the gun violence prevention organization founded by Representative Gabrielle Givers, just announced $50 million investment to elect and uplift allies to end gun violence, including Vice President Harris. That's obviously a signal for Mark Kelly. Mark Kelly is Gabby Giffords' husband. JD Vance saying, making it maybe until right after Democrats announce their VP. New VP Harris told top advisors she's looking for a running mate who can balance the ticket, someone who's more of a governing partner, and effectively someone with executive experience at the highest level, which eliminates Mark Kelly and puts the equation on Shapiro, Bashar, or Waltz, the top of the line governor candidates on there. Or she means Joseph Robinette Brandon. Oh, it means Cooper too. That's true. Cooper is... Harris developed a strong relationship with Biden while in office, and she already has a multi-year friendship with some of the people she's considering for her own running mate. Multiple sources said that her relationship with Cooper was very real after years of being attorneys general together in different states. He brings an electoral boost, but also knows how to govern, one of his advocates told Notice. Cooper troopers stand ready to turn North Carolina a bright, bold North Carolina blue. Doesn't that mean Doug Burgum also? You know what? You're not wrong. Doesn't that also mean Jimmy Carter? You know what? You're not wrong on that either. Fuck it, we go older. It does eliminate this. Look, there is going to be a lot of palace intrigue, okay, on issues like this. And honestly, a lot of this reporting is possibly going to be, we're going to find out. We're going to find out how true this reporting is. But ultimately, as it stands, if this is correct, if this reporting is correct, cryptic Bashar tweet, oh no. No matter what the future holds, Kentucky is my home. That will never change because I'm one proud Kentuckian. Wait. Oh, not oh no. Oh, yes. Oh, no. Oh, yes. At first, I thought he was vague posting like a teenager who's sad. Like he changed his avatar to that anime one that's like, oh. And then I realized maybe he's saying, no, I still ride for Kentucky even if I'm the vice president of the United States of America. You guys know that I'm a fan. Okay? You guys know I'm a fan. Follow him? Sure. He deserves a follow. The Lion of Louisville. The Lion of Lexington. You know I've glazed this man pretty fucking hard. Like, there are a lot of solid governor VP slots in there. Maybe even P slots down the line. Okay? And I think I glazed them pretty hard. Pretty fucking hard. Don't glaze, they may disappoint. I mean, he's good. The only Nepo baby you will glaze. Yeah, we have that Nepo baby. We have that Nepo baby heart to heart. That's what it is. That connection. What? You know who would be a great pick? Young, from a swing state, insanely popular, actually worked his way up, unlike Vance. 4 times champion, 4 times finals MVP, 4 times MVP, 20 times all-star, le vice president. I'm on board. Do we know his policy on labor? Yes, he's very pro-labor. Dude, one of the most... Listen... Andy Bashar is actually going to be useless. He doesn't know how to actually govern. Yes, he has a few good lines, but he is not actually a progressive. Dude, he is the Kentucky governor. What are you talking about? He's the governor of Kentucky, and he's fucking firmly pro-labor and literally defeated charter school initiatives. I just think that like that is the best you're going to get from a place like Kentucky, especially with a supermajority, Republican supermajority. State legislature. My most significant reason for liking Bashar is specifically because he is a red state governor who never fucked around with like bipartisanship or capitulating to Republicans. He talks about governing for all Kentuckians, no matter what their political beliefs are, but he doesn't compromise on the value front. And I think that's good. You got to have a real fighter. Like Waltz is better in my opinion because Waltz has like a solid track record, but you have to remember Waltz is getting fucking big time hard carried by the state legislature in that situation. That's it. Are you saying he can win moderate Republicans? I'm not saying he can win moderate Republicans. He has won moderate Republicans. He hasn't just won moderate Republicans. He's won Trump Republicans. He is the most popular American governor in the Democratic Party, and he's in the state of Kentucky. What are we talking about? I'm not saying that. That is demonstrably true. And he's done it. He's done it. Yeah, he won his second term by an even bigger margin. Yeah, he won his second term by 1 point more, or 2 points more, I think. Are you aware that you are a leftist? Can you try advocating for anything above bare minimum? Wait, what? Like what? Dude, we're talking about the realm of possibility, okay? This is what is really annoying about fucking leftists that come into like election discourse. And they think like, well, what are we doing here? Like, why are you not advocating for fucking, I don't know, Sean Fain as president? You know what I mean? Like, it's not for you, man. This ain't for you. You're going on Bashar off straight vibes. You have listened to me talk about, listened to me talk about Andy Bashar, not off straight vibes, but specifically off of policy and specifically off of what he's chosen to fight against. I don't know why you're saying it's just simply vibes. Some leftists don't get the concept of stalling, giving us someone to organize under instead of a straight fashion will make it incredibly harder to do so. Yeah. Oh, anyway. But yeah, there was no moment where I just simply thought about it on vibes alone. I don't know why you're saying that. Anyway, So there was one more thing I wanted to show you on JD Vance before we move on from that. Where the fuck is it? Oh, here it is. Two things.
This is not, people are focused. Obviously, it was a sarcastic comment. I've got nothing against cats. I've got nothing against dogs. I've got one dog at home, and I love him, Megyn. But look, this is not, people are focusing so much on the sarcasm and not on the substance of what I actually said. And the substance of what I said, Megyn, I'm sorry, it's true.
That was ridiculous. We already covered that. But nothing, dude, nothing is as rizless and as oralist as this fucking video.
Hey guys, JD Vance here in Radford, Virginia. I thought I'd take you behind the scenes a little bit. When you get to an event, they've got a ton of crap for you to drink and eat.
What do you mean, ton of crap? Like, why are you saying that? Why are you shitting on what? It's just normal food, brother. Why are you saying it's crap?
You got 3 bottles of Diet Mountain Dew, about a dozen Snickers, a bag of chips. If I ate even half this stuff, of course, I'd balloon up like crazy. This is
Oh my God, this is exactly what Ron DeSantis was doing. Oh my God. Donald Trump defeated Ron DeSantis without ever even talking to him, only to have Ron DeSantis as his vice president. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's Sugar Man. He's doing it. He's doing it's Sugar Man. Yeah, the ghost of Sugar Man returns. The ghost of Tsushima. Look at all this shit that makes you fat. Fuck you. Spend money. Send money. Yeah, look at all this shit that makes you fat, fat Americans. I will never have that.
This is the energy that powers the presidential and vice presidential campaign. Of course, I'm honored to be supporting President Trump. I'm honored to be his running mate. If you want to help us, chip in $5, chip in $15 to get the message out and to get people to the polls. This election is so important. Your resources help us do the things we need to win it.
Even the 5 is shitting on him?
Well, Kennedy, it seems like the Republicans are getting a big JD Vance, should I say, couch-sized wake-up call.
Okay, but that's not the Republican. That's the liberal on the panel, chat. Come on. She's the liberal on the panel, but they shouldn't be laughing at that joke. Uh-oh.
Wake-up call.
You could, you pervert. You got smut on the brain.
Did he or didn't he? Greg says that Axe is so great now, and I think JD Vance.
Wow, Buttfelt did not like that. Look at Buttfelt. Buttfelt's like, excuse me. What's the joke? The joke is that JD Vance fucked the couch. Or now, I know the story is fake, but come on. Have a little fun, guys. Have a little fucking fun. Oh my God. The joke was that JD Vance fucked the couch. Then people were like, oh no, that's fake. That wasn't in his book. And then the joke turned into the Associated Press writing an article. Hold on, Cutie's calling me. Hello.
Hello.
What's up? I'm live. I'm on stream, and you're on stream as well.
That's why I called you, because I was going to ask a favor, and I know you can't say no when you're live.
Wait, yes, I can. Test me.
You can't.
Test me. Test me right now.
Okay. Next week, August 3rd, I am doing an IRL.
I'm just kidding. Okay, go on.
Wow.
Go
I
on.
was invited to a Victoria's Secret runway, and I needed someone to sit in the front row, and I just, thought you would like that, but I'll find someone else to do that.
Okay. No, what is it? What is it actually?
Sorry, my dog started barking.
That's my goat.
I'm doing an IRL Overcooked stream, and it's going to be me and Slime and Ludwig and Fan running a burger shop, and we're going to be actually running a burger shop, and customers can come and buy, not buy burgers, but get burgers or whatever. And I need my final chef. So I was saying if you're interested, and you get to stream your POV. So you stream.
Yeah, no, I'm down. That sounds awesome.
Wahoo!
That sounds that sounds amazing. Wait, what day is that supposed to be?
August 3rd is a Saturday.
Oh, that's so perfect. Holy shit.
It's at night time though.
I don't care. That's even more perfect. I stream whatever, and then I fucking stream some more. Okay, I love that. All right, thank you.
Knew you couldn't say no if I asked on stream.
No, I would have. I always say yes. I always say yes.
Knew you couldn't say no.
I love doing content for my friends. You know this already.
Knew you couldn't say no.
All right. I'll bye. In before more unhinged election stuff happens when you're offline next Saturday. No, it won't be like that. It won't be like that. You can't cook, man. That's what you think, bitch. That's what you think. I'm ready for this. I can do it. Now we can do the just put the fries in the bag, bro commentary, but like make it real. You know what I mean? People that say just put the fries in the bag, bro, have a 100% chance of seeing the top of the hour ad break because they're definitely not subscribed, by the way. Which is ironic because perhaps they should be worrying about putting the fries in the bag so they can pay for a subscription for $6 or one in the form of a Twitch Prime so they no longer see those ads at the top of the hour. Or maybe if they're lucky, they can get gifted a sub. I don't know. Spitting Nichols, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. 100% chance that you do not have a job if you say, just put the fries in the bag, bro. Like 100%. Mostly because you're 14. Anyway. Buddha on Saturday when you're not live? Shut up. I will be live on Saturday anyway. Okay, let's keep going. Buttfelt didn't like it. Buttfelt didn't like this joke. He's like, only I get to make jokes.
I think JD Vance wishes that there was some more policing of content.
Probably not.
I don't think he likes
part of the discussion.
Oh, shall we
get on to?
Let's move to the next section.
Damn, she's still going off with that. Even Benny Boy is disagreeing with JD Jedediah Vance. Oh my Lord, look at this.
I have to avoid. So, JD Vance is the vice presidential nominee for President Trump. Now, if you had a time machine, if you go back 2 weeks, would he have picked JD Vance again? I doubt it. I think he probably would have picked somebody like Glenn Youngkin from Virginia in an attempt to broaden out his base. Instead, he went with JD Vance, feeling, because he was right, that at the time he had a very solid advantage in the race against Joe Biden. Well, again, JD is super smart. He also has a long history of public commentary. So back in 2021, this is the sort of hot controversy of the day from the Democrats. Back in 2021, JD Vance was appearing on Tucker Carlson's show back when Tucker's show was on Fox. And he ripped into what he called the childless cat lady culture of the Democrats, including Kamala Harris.
What I was...
Yeah. Guys, you don't understand. You don't understand. Okay, can I just make something very clear? JD Vance was a young 37-year-old. Okay? Let his opinions form. Okay? He is grown. Just like he was a young 35-year-old when he said Donald Trump is Hitler. Okay? He was a young 35-year-old who was duped by the media when he said Donald Trump is Hitler, and his opinions changed. They evolved. Okay? Oh, wait. I'm hearing that JD Vance doubled down on the childless cat lady remark. Okay, well, he's a young 39-year-old now, and his opinion will inevitably change tomorrow. Okay? Guys, liberals, they're so annoying. They're doing a no growth, and they're thinking nobody can grow from their previous positions. Oh, God, I'm so annoyed.
It's basically saying is that we're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made. And so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too. And it's just a basic fact. You look at Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, AOC, the entire future of the Democrats is controlled by people without children. And how does it make any sense that we've turned our country over to people who don't really have a direct stake in it?
Yeah, now, I agree that our country has moved away from caring about the future because too few Americans care about having children. I totally agree with that. However, this description that J.D. Vance is using, is that politically smart or is it politically damaging? Now, again, he doesn't have a time machine. He can't go back and undo something he said now 3.5 years ago. With that said, Democrats are, of course, using this as a club with which to beat Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. They're trying to run up the gender gap. So one of the things to understand about this election cycle is that the gender gap...
Wait, bro, but he doubled down on it today. Wait, what? Oh, dude, Tomi Lahren is in agreement with me. What a world. What a world that we're living in. Ben probably didn't see J.D. Vance literally agree and double down on that quote today. But guys, he's a young 39-year-old. Like I said, give him the capacity. Give him the capacity and the time to grow. He will one day be a perfect candidate, okay, who doesn't say weird, unhinged shit that pisses off half of the population. More than half? No, it's half the population because there's plenty of women who would agree with that dumb shit too. That's why I said half. I'm giving a conservative estimate.
Is larger than it has ever been in the history of American politics in all likelihood. Males overwhelmingly vote for Trump. Females, particularly single females, overwhelmingly vote for Biden. And so they're going to try to find some sort of wedge to claim that all Republicans are sexist. And this is the wedge they're using today.
Yeah. The wedge that they're using to claim all Republicans are sexist is only the vice presidential nominee being sexist by your own estimation. Like, what do you mean? Bro, you literally said it wasn't the best way to... You agree with it. And then even you also doubled down and agreed that, like, maybe it wasn't the best way to say it. Anyway, here's Tomi Lahren.
Now they've got about 100 days of a honeymoon period that might very well last 50 to 60 days, where people are still going to be just excited that they have Kamala Harris. They're not going to dig into her record. They're not going to be bothered by her record because they're going to be so excited for probably the next 50 days. Well, we've only got about 100 until a general election and even fewer to early voting.
Yeah.
So don't get too comfortable on the Trump side. And I'm sure we're going to talk about this later, but the attacks on her personally, on whatever her past personally may have been, or calling her a childless lady, none of those are going to work, and they're going to make women second guess their support for what they may have felt for Donald Trump. Bad move.
Ooh, there are a lot of strong points in that for Republicans. I mean, depending on how much you love Donald Trump and do or don't like his VP pick, some of that was for J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's for don't call women dumb. It just doesn't work. On Republican women or liberal women, it just doesn't work. There are much better ways to attack Kamala.
I mean, she's right. The problem is the Republicans can't stop themselves. She's right. But once again, Republicans can't fucking stop themselves. It's awesome. Also, new Fox News polls just came out. And boy, oh boy, is shit not looking too good for the Republicans, that is. Michigan, 49%, Trump 49%. Minnesota, Harris 52, Trump 46. Pennsylvania, Harris 49, Trump 49. Wisconsin, Trump 50, Harris 49%. And for the record, this, like, Fox News being a Fox News poll doesn't change anything. Like, before you say, oh, that's a Fox poll, like, that means that it's even better. Like, no, they have reputable polls. They don't fuck around with that shit. This isn't like Rasmussen or some shit. This is like a good poll, okay?
Harris has secured the endorsement of Barack Obama. Nearly every major leader in the Democratic Party is now behind her candidacy. But this election cycle, some critical support is coming not from the world of politics, but from the world of pop. Beyonce has already given Harris permission to use her anthem Freedom out on the campaign trail. Of course, you've heard that. Olivia Rodrigo appeared to offer her endorsement earlier this week. British pop star Charlie XCX pledged her support in this post referencing her latest hit album, Brat. That sparked a slew of viral videos produced in the style of that album. This one has more than 4 million views, but it's not the only one going viral.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
All right, for more on the coconut trees and the context, let's discuss with Time senior correspondent and author of The Ones We've Been Waiting For, Charlotte Alter, Executive Director of Voters for Tomorrow, Santiago Mayer, Washington Post senior video reporter David Jorgensen, also known as the Washington Post TikTok guy, and co-founder of Betches Media, Sammy Sage. I'm pronouncing that as best as I can without getting myself in trouble. She's also the author of Democracy in Retrograde. Guys, thanks so much. Really appreciate this. Santiago, you have an exclusive preview of what Kamala Harris will say to your organization tomorrow. Let's take a listen to that.
In this election, we know young voters will be key, and we know your vote cannot be taken for granted. It must be earned, and that is exactly what we will do.
Yeah, I mean, Santiago, I'll start with you. I mean, is all of this energy that we're seeing, all the stuff that is going crazy online and so on, is that going to translate into votes, do you think?
For sure. First of all, thank you, Jim, so much for having me. I think what we're seeing right now is Gen Z is incredibly excited for Vice President Harris, and we are ready to get to work and elect her. As you saw, we have a special message from her for the Voters Tomorrow Summit.
What do you mean we, bro? How old is this guy? Bro said we want to talk about Gen Z. Oh my God, is he one of those? Is he actually Gen Z? He's younger than you, 100%. Stop. Someone said he had a hard. No disrespect. No, I feel he looks 21 years old. I was being a bad guy. I was just joking. He looks like I thought he was like 20. I was just making a joke. Yeah. I don't know what I'm saying. All right, let's continue.
Which is in Atlanta starting later today. And we're gathering 300 young leaders from across the country to come together, strategize, and figure out how we are going to break the 2020 record with youth voter turnout. And we're turning young voters out to elect Vice President Harris and to defeat Donald Trump.
And Charlotte, a new poll shows Harris pretty much just vastly outperforming Biden right now with young voters by 16 percentage points. That's according to this latest New York Times Siena College poll. What is stirring this?
Bro, I'm sorry. I am 12 years older than this man. 12. I am 12 years older than that, not even boy at this point. Like, barely a teenager, not a teenager any longer. What are people putting in the fucking water, dude? Nah, this is actually how every 21-year-old looks. You just don't realize 33-year-olds look way older. Bro, do we bring back the coal mines? Like, yo, Gen Z actually is out here looking like those like old photos of the chimney sweeps. You know what I mean? Like smoking a fucking bogue after a long day of work, and the kid's like 12, but they actually look like they got like years and years of labor. Did we do that? Did we abolish child labor? What the fuck's going on?
Excitement. I mean, I think I remember at the time when she made that comment about the context in which we all live. And so, I mean, people were, criticizing that as being a bit of a word salad. But, I've heard from a lot of younger folks over the last several days who just love that comment. So, I mean, is it just like the older?
Dog, the reason why people liked it, and I can say that here because we were one of the first fucking communities online way before Kamala Harris ever was like even thought about as like potentially the presidential candidate, was because it was objectively a Marxian analysis of history. It's not incorrect. You're rich and can afford Botox treatments and other surgeries that look younger. I don't know why everybody always does this. Like, no matter what I talk about, people always be like, well, you're rich. It's like, yeah, but I haven't done any of that. Well, so what are we talking about? Unless you think I'm literally doing Botox treatments and other surgeries to make myself look younger. Like, what kind of... Bro, I can literally, motherfuckers be like, you do Botox? Look at my forehead, bro. Does this look like I'm doing Botox? I can move my fucking ears, dude. I can move too much shit. You crazy? I don't just only move my eyebrows. I can literally move my ears and shit. Anyway, why are we talking about this? Okay, let's get back
folks
to
not getting what the younger folks are thinking these days. What do you think?
So I don't, it's a great question. And I don't actually think it has very much to do with that comment at all. I think we've seen since 2016 in the 2018 midterms, in the 2020 election, and then in the 2022 midterms as well, young voters do not like Trumpism. Millennials and Gen Z are not very attracted to MAGA at all. Instead, the problem...
That's literally not true, by the way. That is just not even remote. What? No, they definitely are attracted to MAGA and like Trumpism. What? No, there's hella young people that fuck with MAGA shit. They love it. What? That's just not true. That is objectively untrue. Gen Z, not Gen A. No, Gen Z as well. What would you put this split at? I don't want to believe it's over 30 to 35. I think it's closer to 50-50 than you think.
Problem for this administration in this race has been that these younger voters weren't particularly attracted to Joe Biden either.
It doesn't mean it's 50-50. The majority is still with, obviously, the Democratic Party. And that number was actually far worse. Like that split was most likely far worse before the swap out. But with Kamala Harris coming into the race instead of Joe Biden, that split will heavily favor the Democratic Party. But to say that it's like, especially with Biden, I mean, someone send me a fucking... The under 35, which is Gen Z and millennials, but under 35 voting block, young men and women are diverging politically. That could shape the 2024 election. Yeah, young men especially. Okay, where the fuck? I just want to see the numbers, man. Donald Trump pulls level with Joe Biden among Gen Z voters. This was July 4th, 2024. 48% of Gen Z voters will vote for Biden, while 45% will vote for Trump. Oh my God, it's like I know what I'm talking about. And now when you look at Harris versus Trump matchups, all of a sudden that grows a lot more. No, it's not all thanks to Aiden. Brother, the reason why we don't do a lot of generational analysis is because it's inherently reactionary, inherently anti-class, okay? It is a specific division created to mystify class politics, which is at the heart of all politics, okay? It's dumb as fuck. The notion, and I've had this conversation with Cenk. You guys were here when we talked. Cenk has literally said time and time again, oh, the next generation will save us. That's like at the heart of his fucking ideology, at the heart of his like worldview. No, that's not how that works, man. That 50-50 split will remain. Republican Gen Zers have Republican parents, just like they had Republican parents and Republican grandparents. It's just like people forget. It's just not like waiting for a different generation to save us is dumb. It's just not how that works.
And you would see in the polling over the course of this whole year, younger voters saying over and over again, we want somebody else. We want somebody else. We don't want these same two old white guys over and over again. Not just any old white guys, the same two old white guys.
The funniest problem here is that like I'm speaking to an entire community of like liberal and socially progressive leftist Gen Zers and millennials, many of which have conservative parents. So they're, instead of looking at the data, they're going, what are you talking about? This doesn't reflect my lived experience at all. And it's like, yeah, brother, that's why we looked at the data. You understand? Because unfortunately for this country, we as the HasanAbi community do not reflect the broader political opinions of the rest of the nation. Okay? If you think you are in any way, shape, or form as terminally online leftists are similar with your lived experiences with the rest of the fucking country, it's the most delusional thing you can think, okay? That's the reason why I spend a great deal of time, specifically talking about how extremely online people operate in an effort to make sure that you just snap out of it from time to time.
Who ran last time. You'd see that over and over in the polling. And I think that what this polling shift signifies is that these young voters just wanted somebody else. They wanted somebody new, somebody fresh, somebody who could credibly claim to help to be speaking to some of their issues. And I think the Harris campaign is attempting to provide that to these voters.
Yeah, I mean, they're really exploiting this moment, no question about it. And Sammy, after seeing all of these videos, Kamala Harris herself just joined TikTok. Here's her first post.
Madam Vice President, are you on TikTok?
Well, I've heard that recently I've been on the For You page, so I thought I'd get on here myself.
All right, Sammy, how big of a deal is that?
Oh, God, it's awful.
It's a huge deal. I think there's this misconception that.
Bro, I don't want Kamala to like lean into the memes and try to make a mockery of herself. But like Donald Trump is so fucking good at that shit, dude. He's so goddamn good. Like compared to Donald Trump's first TikTok and his second TikTok, which literally featured my friend Mike Malek in it. But like,
that TikTok is only for young people, but there are all age demographics that are represented on TikTok. And I think what people who are not really users of the app might miss about it is that it does have its own specific language and vibe. And Kamala Harris has a very authentic way of presenting herself that really makes sense with the way that TikTok users, connect with things that go viral on the app. I think that we're really seeing the effects of, like Charlotte said, young people, and I think really any demographic that is not up to the boomers. They really want a younger, fresher vibe to be in the election, and she has brought it to us.
Yeah, and Dave, I mean, Trump is on TikTok. He's had about...
Bro, she is 60 years old. I know she doesn't look like it, but she's 60 years old. There is no way that she can appeal to the youth by being, TikTok aware. Just let it ride. Just be yourself. Be yourself, be kind of goofy, and people will meme for you. Let the fan accounts do the work.
Six posts, they have millions of views. I mean, that is one thing that has been happening on TikTok. I think it's one of the reasons why the Trump people don't want to ban TikTok now, because, I mean, MAGA is out there in full force on TikTok. Can you talk about that and what Kamala Harris is up against in terms of social media? And she's certainly making a lot of strides over the last week. There's no question about it.
Right, and the majority of Gen Z and millennials on TikTok tend to be liberal leaning, but there has been a huge influx of Trump supporters on the app that we've seen. We've been on the app as the Washington Post since 2019, and definitely there's been a movement that way a little bit, but it is coming back a little bit. And I think part of that is in the last year or so, what happened with Biden is it really became this whole thing where the way he handled the war in Gaza.
I think the reason why Republicans migrated to TikTok is because people left Twitter and they looked for other platforms, liberals specifically, and the platform that they went to was TikTok. Many were already on TikTok. They just started using it more. And Republicans were like, oh, Twitter kind of sucks because I can no longer fight with libtards. I can't own them. So they followed the liberals to TikTok.
A lot of people on TikTok did not like that. And while the tone of our coverage stayed the same, I noticed in the comment sections, there was a lot more people that were, not as excited about Biden as they used to be for a lot of the reasons that, Charlotte just gave. And the other part of this is that, he signed off on the TikTok ban. So I think for Harris, being on TikTok is really big, and also just sort of as much as she can or is able to, distancing herself from, how Biden has handled Gaza, as well as, the ban on TikTok. And her just posting there alone is a really big deal. I've also seen a lot of people talk about how is she going to embrace these memes. I think there's sort of two schools of thoughts. You can, do all the memes that people are doing and try to replicate them, but you also want to come across as authentic. And I think the first video she posted does that because it's just her talking to the camera, and that can be really successful. As long as people feel like she's coming across as herself on TikTok, it makes a big difference.
Yeah, and Santiago, how can Kamala Harris lean?
I'm not gonna lie. That's correct. Like, the only successful politician on TikTok is literally that one Democratic Party guy. I forget his name. He's like an irrelevant dude otherwise, but he was popping on TikTok because he would like explain what happens behind closed doors and whatnot. Jeff Jackson, yeah. Another white guy who you would not expect is white, which is the Democratic Party lineup is filled to the brim. It's one of my favorite weird political autism things is just like Sherrod Brown. Anyway, before we continue with this, why did you put air quotes around it again? Explain. I will. Hold on. So he was popping on TikTok, and then he fucking voted for the TikTok ban, and then everybody ended his ass on the platform pretty much. I don't even know if he still posts on there. He might, but he lost all of his riz. But up until that moment, up until that unique moment, isn't you saying you have insert thing autism kind of ableist? Yes, brother, I'm ableist. Okay. I'm able to serve you this 1 minute ad break in the middle of the hour. Yeah. This ability to get this bread, you know what I'm saying? Chat, come on. You thought Sherrod Brown was a white man before you saw a picture of him? Yeah, there's a couple. There's a bunch of politicians like that. Jeff Jackson, Sherrod Brown. Anyway. But the point I was going to make is that guy actually did a decent job in terms of like communicating to a much broader audience. And if Kamala Harris carries that energy, if she can do similar things, obviously without voting to fucking ban TikTok, because that's what cooked that guy, because he tried to explain to a very angry audience of Zoomers and Generation Alpha people that were watching him why he voted to ban TikTok, a platform that he explains all of these things on that a lot of these people use. Jeff Jackson's the only lib I'll ride for, dead ass. Yeah, he sucks, brother. But that's yet another testament to how you can cultivate a parasocial relationship with anyone, even if you are a fucking bloodless, middle of the road, shitty, soon to be forgotten Democrat. Okay? And now everybody fucking yells at him all the time about a guy who, about being the guy who voted to ban TikTok while still being the TikTok guy. So, anyway, that's what Kamala Harris should do.
Into these viral moments Dave was just talking about a few moments ago, and avoid the trap of what the young people call cringe, which, you know, even somebody of advanced age like myself, I know what that means. I'm also capable of cringe moments myself, but how does the candidate not fall into that trap?
Well, I think that Dave hit the nail on the head. I think that as long as she remains true to who she is, she will be just fine. And I think that's really why we're seeing sort of a social media movement that we're seeing behind her, because she is very relatable. She is fun. You were showing some of the videos with the brat music. And at the end of the day, what is being a brat if not being true to yourself? And
bro, something happens when you like become a Democratic Party activist where you just like immediately, despite being 21 years old, okay, you just mentally become like a 60-year-old man. And this happens to political operatives on either side of the equation, by the way. It's even worse for the Republicans. But once you become like Harry Hasan, right? He looks like he's 12, But like you hear him speak and you're like, oh, that's like you hear him speak, you hear the things that he advocates for, and you're like, oh, that like 14-year-old boy is actually secretly a 45-year-old man. I don't know what it is. I genuinely don't understand it, but like it truly changes you spiritually, physically, mentally when you become like a guy who works with the Democratic Party as like the guy who will explain to 65-year-olds like what the next generation is interested in. Like that's a job position.
And real and authentic. And I think that as long as that continues to be the case, as long as she's not doing anything that she's not like perceived to be true to herself, she's gonna be fine. I think she is someone who comes across as very fun, as very engaging, as very relatable. I can tell you that's been my experience with her whenever I've interacted with her. And she is someone who really cares about people and is sort of like a cool aunt in a lot of ways. So I think as long as that continues to be the message and that continues to be the image, the memes are going to continue to be successful and the campaign is going to continue to lean into it.
Yeah. And Sammy, one of the things that I've done.
I mean, I agree with it. I don't think she's relatable. But I don't think she's relatable, but I do think that her lack of seeming relatable is very memeable. That's it. And if she tries to appear in a certain way, I think Zoomers are very good at sniffing that shit out. Like they'll immediately go, oh, this is inauthentic. It's done. It's over. You know what I mean?
Noticed is, Trump has been going after Kamala Harris, saying she's laughing Kamala and so on. But, a lot of these viral videos, these mashups that you see out there at the coconut tree and the context and so on, there are a lot of clips of her laughing. And I mean, it seems like a lot of young people find that to be kind of a fun thing.
I feel like we've lost sight of like what started this meme. It's because she's goofy, bro. Like that's it. It's not because she's relatable. It's because she like laughs in weird positions. Or rather, laughs and gets excited about dumb shit like Venn diagrams or wheels on the bus. Like that's what this started off with. This is turning into a real Dark Brandon moment. Bro, you're such a hater, LMAO. No, that... As one of the most active communities that participated in the memification of Kamala Harris, I can't believe I'm so gross enough to say these words in succession. No, I'm right. It's literally the Dark Brandon shit. Like, it started off as like a lighthearted joke, and then it just kind of became... You know what it's like? When you start saying something ironically to like maybe even make fun of someone, and then slowly but surely it becomes a part of your lexicon. It becomes a part of the regular language that you use. That's basically what it is with the Kamala Harris memes. It originally was like people kind of making fun of her because she's like a little bit of a silly Billy, a little silly goose. Your whiteness is clouding your judgment of her relatability. You are white, dude. Of course not. The entire Divine Nine endorsed her. She's relatable, just not to you. Don't ever fucking do this shit ever again. If you come in here and ever fucking talk about how I don't understand politics or I don't understand what like black people are interested in terms of their political allegiances or whatever, I will put you on a fucking rocket ship so goddamn fast your head will spin. Don't ever fucking try to pull this shit, okay? I'm doing political commentary. Okay, this chat is very white. Divine Nine is pretty significant, but ultimately not that significant in terms of like understanding a person. Divine Nine is black fraternities and sororities. White ass chatters for not knowing what that is. But that's besides the point. Fuck that chatter still, okay? This motherfucker coming in here and being like, no, Kamala Harris's memes about being goofy actually appeal really well to black people. Like, you don't understand it because you're white. Shut up. That's not even what I'm fucking talking about, okay? You think these guys that are saying Kamala Harris is relatable are fucking black? Is that what's going on here? Look at this white ass panel that is agreeing with you. What is this shit, dude? Everybody turns into a fucking Democratic Party Biden dead ender. Like, there's nothing I despise more than people just using black people as a talking point. It's so fucking cringe. Wow, dude, you did it. I hate it. You're mad they're right. Kamala Harris won fucking 0 black votes from every goddamn state she ran in. What the fuck are you talking about? Obviously, the math equation is very different in the general. Suck my fucking dick, okay? Black people don't just simply go, oh, black person, that's relatable, and then vote for that person. Oh, a nerve was struck? Yeah. Of course a nerve is struck because people are talking out of their ass and trying to present an argument that is like undefeated because most people, especially those who are on like the liberal adjacent side of politics are so scared. Like, they're so scared of coming across as like mean. There will be 11 TikToks about this now, I'm sure. Kamala Harris is goofy. That is true. That's not necessarily a bad thing. But in terms of like, of her mass appeal or whatever, that's where the memes first started, and then it was mass adopted. Okay. God damn, dude. Imagine being like, oh, dude, you said Kamala Harris is goofy. Sorry, sweaty. I guess your white ass is speaking. It's time for your white ass to sit down and listen. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. Jesus Christ. Wow, I can't believe she got endorsed by the Divine Nine, despite only being, what is it? She's a AKA, right? Or I forget what sorority she's a part of. Like, dude, come on. Be serious. But you are white, kidding, sorry. Yeah, me being white doesn't change the fucking context here at all, or the analysis at all. It's really annoying. It's really annoying because it's like, it is true. Like, of course I have fucking white privilege and also blind sides when it comes to speaking on black issues, right? Every now and then. This is just not one of those issues. So you're just trying to fucking spearhead this narrative in here, and it's like annoying. You know what I mean? Like, the fuck? Yeah, y'all need to become unburdened by what has been, okay? That's what you need to do. The Divine Nine are incredibly influential in our community, though. It's a big, big boost. I don't think they even endorsed Obama, technically. I mean, I understand that, but that's not even what we're talking about. Also, it doesn't even matter if they endorsed Obama or not. Obama was insanely popular, so that argument doesn't really help all that much. D9 didn't endorse her because she's relatable. It's because she's AKA. Anyway, let's continue.
Yeah, I don't really understand what.
Come on, bro. She'll get a higher black percentage vote than her past. Yeah, of course. It's the general election. It's the entire Democratic Party's machine working to support her. She will definitely get a shit ton of she will get a much higher percentage of the black vote than Joe Biden did. That wasn't even a question. Like, I'm not questioning that at all.
What the benefit of leaning into being joyless is, especially when you look at some of the clips of his own vice presidential pick. But I think that this is very appealing to young people, and the Trump campaign is making a mistake if they think that, promoting her laugh is going to lose her votes.
Yeah. Charlotte, what do you think? I mean, I guess the contrast.
I actually do agree with that. I do. Like, if all you got is that she's goofy and laughs a lot, you're cooked. Like, numbers on the board, she's goofy and laughs a lot. The other side's vice presidential candidate is talking about women that need to be bred. And, like, hates women that don't have biological children. Talks about how, like, we might restrict IVF and that's a good thing. Talks about further restricting abortion access. Are you fucking crazy? Like, there's nothing there. The best thing that the Republican Party can do is talk about how fucking liberal she is and then hope that she tries to, out of fear, try to move to the center. Because if the Democratic Party react to that in a negative way and then immediately try to fucking run to the center, then she will fuck it up. She will fuck up the bag that way. I'm confused as to why being goofy cannot make her relatable. Being goofy and awkward has appeal across different population groups and can remove some barriers that come from gaps in social or education status. Dude, she's not like... Guys, what are we talking about? She's like a career prosecutor who was the attorney general of one of the largest countries. Okay, even though it's a state, it's basically by size, it's like a massive country on this planet. Okay, and then she was a senator, and then she was the vice president. Like, this is a 59-year-old woman who is very well educated, who is not exactly the everyman, not exactly the average Joe. I'm not dodging the question at all. Like, the biggest problem is that when people try to present her, at least she's not like Hillary Clinton, okay? At least she's not like Hillary Clinton in the sense that, like, she comes across as like soulless and sociopathic. She doesn't. And that's a good thing. But that doesn't mean she's like super relatable. Anyway.
With Kamala Harris, and Sam, you mentioned this, is J.D. Vance's rollout on social media perhaps not going quite as well as maybe younger Republicans would have liked.
Yeah, I mean, I think the point about how Harris has kind of been leaning into sort of some of her joyfulness is going to go a really, really long way here. I mean, listen, like I said before, for years, this race has been stuck in this dynamic of these two old guys who everybody knew already before, right? And look at what we're doing here. We're here in the news business. It's called the news business, not the heard it before business. So yeah. I think there's a real opportunity for the Harris campaign to introduce herself to a...
I can't believe this became the most contentious conversation today. It's kind of crazy. Like, this is literally the most contentious convo we had. And it actually ties into what I wanted to talk about with respect to like the Kamala drama going on TikTok. I think some TikTokers are like, she sucks. And then a couple like liberal black TikTokers were talking about how like, sit your white ass down and listen. But then the white TikTokers that were saying she sucks are also like notorious for making like out of pocket takes that get dunked on by everybody. And I wanted to lean on it a little bit and I wanted to see it. But yeah, in terms of like Kamala Harris, LMAO, they organized a whites only Zoom call. Yeah. I love this shit. But I guess Hank Green has a take on Kamala's TikTok.
She needs to lean into this coconut business. She needs to come onto this fucking...
Wrong. Leaning into these fucking memes is going to come across as inauthentic. She's a 59-year-old woman. Let her be herself and let the people organically make memes. If she leans into it, then everyone's going to know she's trying to market it. It's free marketing. Let the free marketing work. There's no reason to do that.
app and calls her damn
opposite of that. Look at how you're holding your camera right now. The aesthetics of TikTok are so bizarre and so specific and so like implicitly understood by people who use it and entirely foreign to people who do not. I think if Kamala Harris came on here and called you her little coconuts and she split the apple down symmetrical lines, we would turn on her so fast. It would be so hard. Like, you cannot, as a non-authentic user of a platform, come in and have somebody instruct you on how to correctly embody the tropes of the platform. It never works. Donald Trump was good at Twitter because Donald Trump spent his entire life on Twitter. I am only, as a 44-year-old man, I'm only able to use this platform because I freaking use it. Like, I'm embarrassed by my TikTok screen time. We do not want Kamala Harris to spend time getting good at TikTok. She needs to be campaigning. Now, are there ways for them to like nod to the cultural creation without quite acknowledging the culture?
I think the best possible thing she should do is if she's gonna come on TikTok, she should do the thing that other fucking the Jim Jeffries did, or not Jim Jeffries. The fuck's the name of the guy? I forgot again. God damn it, Jeff Jackson. If she's gonna do that, she should do that. I don't think she should be like trying to fucking make memes and shit. What is this? The Working Families Party endorsed Kamala Harris, and I love how they explain their reasoning. It's not about loving her or the Dems. It's about how difficult it'd be to organize against Trump and the Republicans. Building power won't be possible under Trump. Under Trump, we'll be left playing defense and trying to deflect the worst of his attacks against our communities. Yeah, I think personally, it's too early without assurances. That's it. In terms of Gaza, I'm not there yet. I need to see some fucking movement. But now looking at the polls in Michigan, seemingly showing Kamala winning, I don't think that they're going to turn around and change course. They're going to see that and go, oh, that's enough for us. HasanAbi had Think Peace Tribe summed up the TikTok discourse well.
Yo, PSA to all my non-black leftists on this app, all my
I saw pieces of this.
fucking non-black mutuals, bro. Watch your ass, bro, because these black liberals, they coming. they coming for your ass, bro.
Yeah.
I swear to God, bro, you can have some...
No, he's right. He's right, 100%. Like, especially that the gay dude. Oh my God, dude. He was like, wasn't he literally fucking advocating for Biden? Like, or am I imagining that? Like, he was the top of the K-Hive guy. What's his name? Oh my God, I've seen him fucking destroy people's souls, dude. And like low key, he's low key. He is he's coming correct with information too. He was a massive Biden defender, but black leftists catch the same heat from black liberals. Well, yeah, but white liberals, like, it's different. White liberals don't want to even remotely appear as racist, even though they sometimes do have racist opinions. And I think they don't know how to deal with black liberals in the same way that like a white leftist would just. Actually, many white leftists also have an issue with not knowing how to treat black people normally. Just a white versus black thing in that regard. It really is.
Valid critiques and criticism about Kamala, bro. You could say some actual factual shit. It don't fucking matter. You gonna be beating racism allegations for the next few months. Bro, I swear to, and I saw this in real time. I saw a video where this girl said something that I would say. She's not black, but she said some shit I would say. She said, you was on top of a cop car saying ACAB, but now you're just so willing to vote for a cop in 2024. Rightful criticism. That's the shit I would say, but it's coming out of her non-black mouth. So guess what? She getting whacked in the comments. I'm seeing stitches to her video. She getting whacked off rip. It's just like, oh my God.
This is the one that caused big drama. People 5 seconds after watching police body cam footage of them murdering someone in their own home.
You need to vote for a cop. And if you don't vote for the cop, you're not voting for the cop. You need to vote for the cop because it's the cop.
Bro, it has 18,000 comments. Have you seen all the heat Moschino Doritos been getting for a TikTok he posted? This is the TikTok he posted. I think it's wild to, like, I don't think this is a good time to say that. What is this? Yeah, that's the guy. The fucking White House. He's like doxed people.
Yeah.
I love him.
Fuck that special counsel. The reason why is you keep bringing up Biden's age as if that's the problem. We knew he was old when we voted for him the first time.
He got the Kente clout from Nancy.
But it's so unnecessary. Just say that he did absolutely nothing wrong, but yet you want to bring up his age again. You want a dog whistle again. We know this isn't about Biden.
Dog whistle. Dog whistle about a fucking 80-year-old man who once famously said that, like, he doesn't want his kids growing up in a racial jungle.
True.
Okay, that's crazy. I love this guy, and I'm also kind of scared because, like, I think he will kill someone. Like, if it came down to it, especially now that Kamala is the presidential candidate. If you come after Kamala, he's back on the Kamala train because, like, he was Mr. K-Hive, but then he was like Mr. Biden during the Mr. K-Hive. He will pack you up, dude. You're done. Look, my thing with Kamala is if I'm going to talk about my ideological predisposition and my opinion and why I'm upset with why I would be critical of Kamala Harris. Yes, I think that she is a middle of the road progressive district attorney / attorney general before a time where like progressive district attorneys or attorney generals were even a thing. But she wasn't really, because there are limitations to how you can behave like that. And as far as like being a cop, she literally fucking has on the record talked against spending money on initiatives such as education from a return on investment standpoint, but she's also done the exact opposite. And that's what I mean in terms of like being a middle of the road progressive DA. She was a right-wing liberal in San Fran. She primaried a progressive DA. Yes. But it still comes from it's still San Francisco. That's number one. And number two, it's from a time frame where like this wasn't like the Larry Krasner era. Right-wing law. Yes. For San Francisco, in my opinion, her attitude towards not focusing on education in terms of like recidivism rates and things like that, or not having a more open-minded approach to that reality and openly actually being antagonistic to that is not good. You can't do that. And do I think that she's changed her attitude since then? I think probably. I can't really get a good enough read on her, especially because I mean, this is what I talked with Ested. This is literally what we talked about yesterday. It's like she's very malleable. And that makes it hard to pin down. Like with Pete, I can tell. I know where the fuck that motherfucker's coming from. I know what his background is. I know what he truly believes. With Kamala Harris, I can't really tell. And she doesn't have like a long enough track record, a consistent enough track record for me to actually associate her with any sort of tangible politics. I know her instincts are that she wanted to present herself as progressive when she was in office, but that was under the Trump administration. Every Democrat was running around talking about how they're fucking going to do a Maoist peasant revolution or some shit. So like, it's hard. It's hard to pin her down. And I genuinely don't know. That's why I keep saying like, I need to wait. We got to wait on the issue of policing. On the issue of policing, she has been middle of the road, which means in the country like America, center right on policing. Okay. That's just what it is, because America is a very draconian country when it comes to criminal justice, right? Like, it's so right-wing and it's so reactionary, like our attitude, I mean, that we consider people to be progressive DAs because they prosecute police. Bro, your job is to prosecute crimes. Like, what do you mean? If a cop is doing a crime, you're supposed to prosecute the cop. But in the United States of America, because we're so fucking right-wing, we're like, that's crazy, bro. This guy is actually really progressive because he's prosecuting cops, as is his job. Okay? So that's something that you need to think about when you make this analysis. Policing as an institution, despite my best attempts, and boy do I try, is still one of the most popular institutions in the nation. People love cops. They want to suck cops. They want to fuck cops. They want to suck and fuck cops all the time. Okay? They want to get down on their knees and suck cops to completion all the time. It's crazy. It's weird. It doesn't make any sense, especially if you're in a community like this one. You're like, what the fuck? They're just so bad at their jobs. How is that possible? They literally think cops are diving into their dicks to stop rape, okay? They think like cops are literally body blocking cocks from raping people, when obviously the reality is the exact opposite. When they're not the ones doing the sexual assault, sometimes legal in many states. I believe it was like 30 or something until recently. Like New York itself made sexual violence against someone who you have incarcerated to be a crime like 2 or 3 years ago. That's how fucking crazy it is. But or when they're, too busy not looking at the rape kit backlog or whatever, cops are rarely ever doing their goddamn jobs. Okay? They're not. They're just suck. They suck at their jobs. But Americans don't think that way. They love cops and think cops are doing a phenomenal job. Okay? So that's what you need to think about when you're analyzing Kamala Harris's like cop background, how she will be perceived. I think there's a good balance there for some suburban whites that would otherwise be terrified of the prospect of a black and Indian woman being president, but then she's a prosecutor. So then they're like, oh, okay, I guess she's not like, you know, whatever fucking racist thing they believe. I assume that they think like if you're black, they just like that maybe automatically you will let black people do all the crimes for free or something. I don't know. I don't know what fucking racist white people believe to that degree. But like her being a cop in that regard, like might actually soften their approach to a certain degree. You know? What? Cops are heroes. Without them, you would literally be screwed. We can't just defund them like you leftists want. How would they afford to miss the ads at the top of the hour? And how could they afford a tank to patrol in? I got cooked on this because I thought I could make fun of a British guy. Okay. This person used my weakness against me. Okay. If there's an opportunity for me to make fun of a British person, I'm going to take it. And he presented himself as a British person ready to be made fun of. And it fucking cooked me. Okay. It destroyed me. But don't let the top of the hour ad break destroy you like that one British chatter just destroyed me. Subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. My Anglophobia is my hubris, my ultimate downfall, my ultimate weakness, okay? I was so ready to chirp at him. Anyway. But yeah, this is the Moschino Dorito video that popped off. And a lot of people yelled at him. And I think it's weird.
And if
It's weird to just like make a video like this because the video that he's referencing is like so fucking gruesome. The video that he's referencing is so gruesome, right? Like it is. It's gruesome, but it's also so commonplace. You know? And I don't know. I feel like it's an emotional moment. Kamala Harris also being a black woman while also being a cop puts this in a weird framework as well. Him being white puts this in a weird frame. Like, now who's the liberal? I mean, I just think that this is like this is an emotionally charged situation, and making a TikTok like this out of it almost minimizes the impact of it. Like, that's the problem. Especially because, like, who the fuck's doing that?
the cop, you're not voting for the cop. You need to vote for the cop because it's the cop's turn to be president.
Yeah, it just comes across very callous. I don't know. People haven't yelled at me too much, with the exception of the one time I said Kamala has no riz. And only my own community has yelled at me. I haven't gotten fucking yelled at by like outside of the community yet on my takes on Kamala Harris. We need to watch 2 videos he posted after this. What did he post? Overall, I think I'm like, there's a reason why I haven't like immediately run to be like, oh my God, I'm endorsing Kamala Harris. I'm so excited. I'm so coconut pilled or whatever the fuck, right? Because like, I don't do that. Like, I need to see where she goes. Does that make sense? I need to see what she does. I need to see how she messages. I need to see like what her political instincts are. I need to see what her opinion is on issues. I need to see how she represents herself.
This is a really good book by a.
You know what I mean? Your comment takes are generally a lot more in favor of her than a lot of leftists, so I don't think you're as scrutinized. I mean, I was pretty critical of her when I didn't like the way she managed the last round of the Israel stuff. You know? What is this? 2 separate combos are happening on my timeline. One about Sonia and other about how U.S. voters should be expected to care about foreign policy. You're talking about police lynching and shrugging about foreign U.S. backed slaughter. There's literally a New York Times outpost in Tel Aviv. Yeah, this is a beautiful way to put it, which is it's 100% correct. It's white supremacy through and through. The through lines between the militant police behaving like a domestic military force against those who are marginalized, against black people specifically, is exactly the same way that like the IDF operates in Gaza as a belligerent occupier. But having said that, in this circumstance, there's also a direct, oh, did I say New York Times? I meant NYPD. You guys know what I mean. Shut the fuck up. It's in front of you. There is a direct fucking collaboration between the New York Police Department and not only the New York Police Department, but also all local police department. They got training by the IDF, the Israeli occupying force, after 9/11. So it's wild. The connections are right there. It's not even like a academic argument that you need to make, if you know what I mean. Because normally we would have to say like, well, police do behave like a colonial orifice in marginalized communities. It's like a domestic colony, the way we treat black people in this country. And that's like academic shit. But in this circumstance, like, you don't even need to fucking make analogies because they are literally trained by the Israeli occupying force, right? So it's wild. You brought this a lot while covering the BLM protest. I did. And Ben Shapiro once famously called it blood libel, as a matter of fact. I was talking about the kettling and corral techniques demonstrated during the Black Lives Matter rally way back in the fucking, way back when that was happening. And I pointed to the IDF training American police forces in crowd apprehension. And Ben Shapiro said it was blood libel to say that, which is weird because that's objectively a thing that is real. So that was weird. But Ben Shapiro's been doing that blood libel shit in terms of like launching a defense for quite some time. You know what I mean?
Former Black Panther, anarchism and the Black Revolution. I just think this first sentence or two. There was one thing that should have been learned by Black revolutionary organizers in the 1960s is that you don't organize a mass movement or a social revolution just by creating one central organization with one leader, such as a vanguard political party or a radical labor union. It is a target for government repression, and such leaders can be killed or imprisoned, thus breaking up the organization, setting back the movement. A little bit more background on Lorenzo. Following an attempt to frame him on weapons charges and for threatening the life of a Ku Klux Klan member, Irvin hijacked a plane to Cuba in February 1969. Captured by the CIA in Eastern Europe, he was extradited to the United States, put on trial, and sentenced to life in prison in 1970.
I mean, this ain't going to change anything. Like, people are not going to be like, you're base, white boy. Thank you for reading this guy. Like, yeah, no, it's just like, it comes across as very callous. Machino's being a very callous anarchist. He literally had a podcast called Jaded Forum where he sat around and talked about Graeber for 3 hours and how electoralism is for dorks. The delivery and timing is pretty insensitive. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just like you're making a joke about, like, I get the point he's trying to make. It's just that it's not going to be well received by any side ultimately because, one, you're a white guy saying it, and in a situation like this, especially when there's like a really, really obviously gruesome fucking image of a black woman being executed in their own home. You know, it's probably not the best time to be like, and yeah, you got to vote for a cop who's running for president, who also happens to be a black woman that people are very stoked on in this very moment. It almost cuts across the severity of the action of that murder. It almost feels like it's a talking point that you're using. That's a Peter Coffin ass take. Yeah, it feels like you're just using Sonia Massey as a talking point, simply to like yell at people that want to vote for Kamala Harris. Does that make sense? And all of a sudden that like cuts away at the gruesome nature of the imagery, which is a very, I mean, it's a serious reality for a lot of people. You're being a lib. Yeah, dude, I'm being a lib because first of all, I've been yelled at by multiple extremely online groups, like specifically on Black Twitter, for being and have been called a white supremacist a million times over. Okay, this ain't my first fucking foray with liberalism online. So no, don't even get me fucking started on this shit. They still have a hit out on you? Yeah, they do. The Barbs do, but they're too busy. Some guy's a former Black Panther Party member, Lorenzo Irvin. Him and his wife. Wait, I didn't say some guy. The guy I'm talking about is not Lorenzo Irvin. The guy I'm talking about is some guy is Machino Dorito on TikTok. What the fuck? We're not talking about we're not talking about like we're not talking about his bona fides, okay? The way people read that is like, oh, you're showing me a book. Okay. Like, that's great. Can I collect a bounty if I come clap them cheeks? Leftists be posting hashtag vote blue, hashtag Kamala Harris, hashtag BLM, and hashtag free Palestine in the same post. I mean, yeah, it is pretty funny. That part is funny. I do see people on Twitter, not TikTok as much because I'm not really on TikTok that much, but I've seen a lot of people post like with like the Palestinian flag in the bio, and they're just like, obviously I'm riding with Kamala. Like, what she said against Hamas terrorists is fucking so resilient and so sound. And it's like, what the fuck do you mean? You said you've been on TikTok and not on Twitter? I've only seen those takes on Twitter. I haven't really been on TikTok that much, and I'm not really on Twitter either. I don't think the media team is listening to you. It's fine. The irony of leftists is this: their reach isn't even big enough to reach incredibly online conservatives who insist Kamala is in fact a literal Marxist. Yeah, they do say that, which is pretty funny. Yeah, they do. They legitimately believe it. They're like, Kamala is a Marxist agent. She's black. Everybody knows if you're black, you're Marxist.
That they should do, and I think that
everybody knows if you're a black woman, if you're black and a woman, that's double Marxist. God forbid if you're gay, that's triple Marxist, okay? That's like Karl Marx is coming back from the grave saying, you're the real Marxist, not me. I'm giving you my last name, okay? More like Karl Marx. Got him. Donald Trump's going to go back to Butler, Pennsylvania. All right. Let's look at what, let's look at this.
Comes after
the
a
backlash
high-stakes
here.
White House meeting with President Biden.
Well, welcome back, Mr. Prime Minister. We got a lot to talk about.
I want to thank you for 50 years of public service. And
But with the president now out of the 2024 race, time is running out for him to get a ceasefire and bring the hostages home. Almost 10 months since they were kidnapped on October 7th. The vice president then one-on-one with the Israeli leader, telling him she's concerned about the scale of human suffering in Gaza.
It is time to get this deal done, and let's provide much-needed relief to the Palestinian people. We cannot look away in the face of these tragedies. We cannot allow ourselves to become numb to the suffering, and I will not be silent.
Meanwhile, the president ramped up the pressure on Netanyahu by inviting the American hostage families to join him and the Israeli leaders so he could hear their concerns.
We got absolute commitment from the Biden administration and from Prime Minister Netanyahu that they understand the urgency and to complete this deal as it currently stands.
We spoke with Aviva Siegel.
He needs to be in Israel. There's a deal just to be signed, and he needs to sign the deal.
Aviva was taken hostage on October 7th and released after 51 days, leaving behind her husband, Keith, who remains a hostage in Gaza.
I don't understand how Keith is still there for 293 days, thrown on a mattress, because it's so cruel.
And near the White House, another day of pro-Palestinian protests, after hundreds demonstrated Wednesday outside the Capitol, painting anti-Semitic graffiti, burning an American flag, and raising Palestinian flags, while the Israeli leader was addressing a joint meeting of Congress. Bipartisan congressional leaders condemned the protesters' violent actions on that day, as did Vice President Harris.
Yeah, it's like that's the main message. Those guys were raising the Palestinian flag because they're saying like this is Palestine now. Or you know, they didn't have any valid concerns whatsoever, guys. You know, about what was going on inside the Capitol. She said anti-Semitic graffiti and it showed graffiti that said Free Palestine. That's so anti-Semitic. I think it's disgusting to say Free Palestine. It's the most anti-Semitic. It's really messed up.
The Prime Minister is expected to come back to Washington this afternoon, delaying his return to Israel until tomorrow to observe the Jewish Sabbath here in D.C. Savannah?
All right, Andrea Mitchell, thank you very much.
Hey, thanks for watching.
Alan Greenspan's wife, yes, I know. The most disgusting Fed chair in American history is right. Mister, we need to do something about all this labor momentum himself. Anyway, yeah. So here's what Bibi did with his free time.
The greatest dinner I've ever had. Come on, let's get a good, beautiful. Let's make Great.
Look how happy he is, dude. He loves Trump. He fucking loves him, dude. Dabbing up war criminals is wild. Brother, which one is the bigger war criminal? That's an American former president you're talking to. Okay? What do you mean? Like, make no mistake. We talk about Israel quite a bit around these parts, but hello? What do you think American presidents do? I mean, objectively, Bibi, no question. Pound for pound, anyone that immediately sits on the throne of U.S. empire is officially the biggest war criminal. Okay? That's like, if anything, we allow Bibi, a smaller war criminal, to do war crimes with our fucking weapons. What are we talking about? What the fuck? Bro, he oversaw the genocide in Yemen. Like, that shit killed more people in Yemen than Benjamin Netanyahu has so far in Gaza. Like, it's not a competition. Because if it was, America would win every year, okay? Just because we don't really, like, comprehend that or think about that doesn't change that dynamic at all. Make no mistake. Like, he is shaking the big dog's hand right here. He's shaking his goat's hand because he knows without him, he does not get to thrive. You know what I mean? That's why I think it's even crazier that Democratic Party leadership doesn't put him in his fucking place. Like, it blows my mind, actually. That, and by the way, yes, Gaza is on good track to surpass Yemen. That is correct. Having said that, however, once again, remember whose bombs they are dumping on Gaza. It's our bombs. Which is why it blows my mind. It blows my fucking mind that, like, more Democrats aren't going, how dare you disrespect us, bitch boy? Know your fucking place. Who the fuck do you think is the bigger party here?
The picture, photo of one of the toddlers that is now held hostage, still held hostage in Gaza, and his grandfather.
He's like, he's been trying to kill her with bombs, but he hasn't been able to get to her yet.
I want to give it to President Trump.
That's right. We'll get that taken care of.
Thank you,
I was like, don't worry, I'll bomb her myself. Ay, ay, ay. All right. Governor Gruesome Gavin Newsom is the last story I'm going to cover before I have to head out. Also, Bernie's been popping off and chirping, apparently. Bernie's sexist takes already spreading like wildfire, but this one just posed. This is just one of his can takes. He said as much about Joe in January. Bernie Sanders said in West Lebanon, New Hampshire town hall, Harris is not going to win this election, and she is going to have a very difficult time winning unless she begins to speak forcefully about the needs of the long neglected working class of this country. Now, I don't think that's necessarily a bad argument, and I certainly do not think it's a sexist argument, as Tyson Brody correctly points out. Bernie said the exact same thing about Joe. We've got to see the White House move more aggressively on healthcare, on housing, on tax reform, on the high cost of prescription drugs, Sanders said. If we can get the president to move in that direction, he will win. If not, he's going to lose. The U.S. Senator from Vermont, and he's right. He's 100% right. But of course, people are immediately running with Bernie as sexist. But he's right. He's right. He's always been an issues guy. He doesn't give a fuck who it is. He's not wrong in terms of like what he is saying about Kamala Harris. It's also identical to what he said about Joe Biden. The only problem is he said that about Joe Biden, and then Joe Biden listened to him. So then he turned around and advocated for Joe Biden till the very end, instead of, like, I don't know, maybe also pressuring Kamala Harris a little bit as well on the side, or maybe not going so hard for Joe Biden. These are things that I thought maybe would be better for a career politician like Bernie. I still love Bernie for his sexism, obviously. Not that this is a demonstration of it, but even if he wasn't demonstrating it, I know he's sexist, and that's why I like him. He's also kind of gay for Joe Biden. Like, they just have like old man sex, I think. I don't know what's going on there. He loves old men. He really does. One of the reasons Kamala is seeing a rise in the polls is because she is perceived as more progressive and as a break from Biden. If she exposes herself as right-wing, that momentum will fail. I agree. My biggest fear right now for the Kamala campaign is that my biggest fear right now for the Kamala campaign is that she hears all the cries from the right about how liberal she is, and then she immediately does the Democrat thing and turns around and is like, no, I'm not a liberal. I'm not. I promise. I want to be fucking awful. Don't do that. Be like Joe. And by that, I mean, don't be like an old cadaver. But Joe Biden, despite his age, literally continued with progressive messaging in down to the last moment. He was like, oh, you guys are saying I'm old, but also I'm going to fucking cap rents at $55. Do that. Okay? Do that. That was good. Wrong guy, right message. Kamala Harris, right guy, right message. Just saying. Not the $55 thing, but you know, what he was trying to say with that was rent caps, which was good. That was good. Kamala Harris, right guy, right message on abortion. Okay? Right lady, right message on abortion. I'm not even going to use the non-gender guy here. I'm going to go straight for the gendered language and say lady with the right message on abortion. Okay? So, I hope that they don't do that fucking dumbass Democratic Party thing. A lot of young Democrats or younger Democrats are too cowardly on that front and will very quickly, unless they're like in the squad or whatever, very quickly will turn around, okay, and just capitulate the right-wing framing and go, oh, no, I'm not a socialist. I'm not scary libtard. I'm so right-wing, please. I hope she doesn't do that. That would be kind of damaging to the current momentum that she has, especially from a lot of young people. Now, this isn't to say, this is not to say that even if she does that, she still picks up on young voters. She will. Okay? But that would be the wrong instinct. That would be the wrong thing to focus on. Oh, well, we still. What? Emma Vigeland had a good take on this, in my opinion. She said that this message would have been better time prior to Joe officially dropping out of the race and would have had more leverage then, rather than saying it less than a week into her campaign. I mean, that's just Bernie. I mean, I'm not in disagreement with Emma on that. Like, it would have been nice if Bernie wasn't so aggro on Joe. You know what I mean? But aggro isn't riding him. Yeah, no, he was like riding with Biden till the very end. Did we forget? I know I didn't like cover it too much because it broke my heart to see him dick ride another man like that. It made me jealous that he was bouncing on his boy's dick, you know? But yeah, he was pretty fucking aggro for Biden. He's just got that old man grip, dude, for one another. They were gripping each other. Kamala is more commie than Bernie. Coconut, sure. Anyway, but he has said this about every single person. Here's him saying the same thing about Harris while saying he's going to do everything he can to elect her. That she has an excellent chance to win the election. There's no reason to do this on a summer Friday. He said, I'm with her for God's sake, Law. And here's an actual interview from the event. Looks like he said the exact same thing he always says. What a surprise from the most on-message politician in history.
How long are you going to wait to endorse Kamala Harris?
Well, I think I'm going to do everything I can to see that Donald Trump is defeated. I think he has been the most dangerous president in American history, and I think it's clear the American people do not want and will not have a gentleman who is a pathological liar, who has been convicted of sexual abuse, who does not believe that climate change is real, in fact, does not believe in democracy, and is not.
I think Bernie Sanders might be the oldest man in America. I'm just pausing there for comedic effect. I think he might be the oldest man in America that cares about climate change. Like, actually. Because, like, old people just straight up do not give a fuck about climate change. Like, they just don't care. Partially because they will not see the consequences of it, and Bernie definitely won't, other than, like, the consequences that have taken place so far. Yikes, he was found liable, not convicted. One sentence from saying Trump is the liar. Please get your messages correct so we can win. Wait, what? Bro, people are calling him a rapist, pedophile, convict. What do you mean? Oh, man. Yikes, sweetie.
Yet said that he will accept the results of the election if he loses. So, you know, I'm here to do everything I can to see that Trump is defeated. But I do believe that if the vice president is to win, and I certainly want her to win, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that she wins, she needs to have an agenda that speaks to the crises facing
Yeah, Chomsky's probably the oldest man who cares about the climate.
working family.
He is also genuinely the oldest man, though, on the planet. Like, I think actually, it's not even a joke. He might literally be one of the oldest people on the planet now. How old is Chomsky? Still not dead, by the way. Very much alive.
It's all over this country. 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. People can't afford, in many cases, can't afford rent, can't afford higher education. They can't afford childcare. They're having a hard time putting food on the table. And I think the Democrats are going to have to be very, very clear as to what ideas they have in the midst of massive.
He's right about this, and he's always on message. This is just classic Bernie shit. Yeah, the fact that people are just like upset. Mentioning the CTC as one of his policy preferences is notable, given I think Team Harris has already indicated they want to revive it. I don't think there's much suspense here. Yeah, Bernard is on message as always. He don't stop, that man. That man never stops advocating for policies. Anyway, all right, I actually gotta go. I gotta go before I fucking miss my flight. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow I am going to be live from sunny Austin, Texas. And what will I be doing there? I will be participating in the Creator League. The Creator League is a part of DreamCon, which is fight Greg Abbott. No, I will not be doing that. Come on, man. Don't get me in trouble with the fucking authorities here. I love Governor Greg Abbott. Please. So, yeah, tomorrow I'm going to be in Austin, Texas. Let me just explain it real quickly. I will be live with NMP Lol. I'll be live with NMP Lol from DreamCon. I am going to be IRL streaming. Okay. I'm going to be IRL streaming from the convention floor, running around, having fun. AMP is going to be there. AMP, like Kai Sinet's group, will be there. FaZe is going to be there. Obviously, the RDC boys are going to be there. It's their thing. He's going to say so much weird shit to you. Hope you're ready. NMP. I have done IRL streams with him, and I've also hung out with him off camera as well. I love Nick. But yeah, we'll be wearing a cowboy hat. I need to bring, yes, I'll be IRL streaming. I think it's probably going to start around 10 a.m. Pacific. And I will go on. I will be streaming until like probably 5-6 p.m. Texas time. So they're like 2 p.m. Pacific, I guess. I don't know. Until the game. Okay? Until the actual game. I don't know if I'll be able to stream the actual game, but we'll see. But it'll be an entirely different. It will be an entirely different audience. I probably won't get like mobbed as much, I don't think. But yeah, I'm very excited. You guys know the Austin streams always slap, so I'm gonna get my ass beat most likely, because you know the people I'm playing against, the people I'm playing basketball against, we're playing 5v5 pickup like full-blown organized full court basketball, and there's a lot of good players out there. There's a lot of players that are taller than me too, and I don't know if I have the cardio to keep up on a 5-on-5 full court for like 4 quarters, so we'll see. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow on the other side, baby, and then on Sunday I'm back. So that's it.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your finger.